Travelers, welcome to the Bard's Refrain. Here we don't just sing songs, we tell stories about how they were made. Come, join us, settle into a comfy seat so we can regale you with a tale of tone, violence, and catalysts. I am Osarix Franco, your humble entertainer and guide. With me, as always, is my band of merry players lined up on the stage and eager for the show to begin. Players, can you go ahead and introduce yourselves? Oh, time out. They cannot hear you. 1 second. Why can't they hear you? There you go.
Okay. Better?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Perfect. Hey, everybody. I am Turk, or Turk Accented. I will be playing Bootstraps, who, as everyone knows, is a bootstrap. Thrown over to Saint.
Hi, I'm DMF Saint, and I'm DMF Saint everywhere. I'm playing Elliott Hawking, a slightly homebrewed Battlemaster fighter with a vendetta against a god.
Yeah, hello everybody. Noir. I'm playing Ryil, and I am a rogue wizard.
Hi everyone, I am Lukalak, and I am playing Bird, the Wish made druid.
And last but not least, our special guest.
Hi everybody, my name is Korabi. I play Frank Saras, the Eladrin Bard.
Tonight's tale, the first part of the conclusion, tone and violence. I hope you listen and listen well, for like most stories, the devil is in the details. Like most cities located along the coast, Bellport is, and once again will be, a great hub of trade. Truly, it's a bastion of culture, opportunity, and magic. This grand city was built directly into granite cliffs that soar over the bay, a respite against the wild waves of the ocean, a place for beginnings. It's a critical junction in the fabric of this nation, supplying food and goods from all across the world to the rest of Norforia. I dare say it's a critical junction in the fabric of this world. It's no wonder that this is where our story began, and where we find our party here at the end. Players, how about we do this? For those folks who maybe are joining us for the first time this evening and have excellent timing to catch the end, could you bring them up to speed on what you've been up to during this campaign?
Frank fucked up last time, so we gotta fix his mistake.
Yeah,
I feel like Frank fucked up like a while ago and got caught. Yeah, and we're fixing that mistake still.
I guess I should tell you guys, since I'm being called out first, what I've been up to. Frank, at the beginning, was living life like nothing was wrong, and quickly, his destiny, as some would call it, punched him right in the face, and there's been a series of events that just tumble onward from then, slowly making him realize that maybe there is no running from destiny. He was saved by Ryil and the rest of the group and now he is here. I said, and the rest of the group.
What are we, the
Bootstrap.
fucking backup singers?
Ay.
Ryil and the Ryilites?
I mean, from the last session, we kind of are. More like backup dancers, though.
And yeah, had a dance party last episode, and now he is probably trying to keep up appearances, acting like everything is going to be amazing, but deep down inside, he is probably nervous.
Yeah, in the meantime, we caught some criminals that weren't really criminals. We killed a baron who was already dead. We went into the wastes and found out it wasn't so wasted. Oh gosh, what was after that? We killed Jack, which is great because he's an asshole. Then we got teleported to a place that doesn't really exist. Then we fought a bunch of people who are all pure embodiments of chaos. Then we found out we were teleported. We were been held in basically a stasis for a long period of time while the world went to shit. Then we tried to go and talk to God, who didn't have any real concrete answers for us. Yeah, that's fair. And then we we fought a dragon with dance, and it worked out.
I think if we want to catch up, like, the complete story too, like,
I feel like I nailed it. But,
you did, but you kind of missed the whole chosen thing, I think.
Oh, right, yeah. Also, we're all connected to God somehow, and if you touch each other, you get a tingly feeling.
Yeah.
And we all been doing that like consistently for about 3 hours collectively through this campaign.
Yeah. Lots of touching. There's cuddle parties several times. Yeah, so all of us are chosen. Each one of us are chosen by a specific god. Plus, there are some NPCs that are also chosen to save the world. This is a cyclical thing that keeps happening over and over. We are the current cycle. I don't remember if it was called cycle or something else. I feel like I wrote down that it was called something else. Rhythm. We are the current rhythm, I think. And things didn't go very well the last time. Oh, and I'm also very sick and very hurt.
Aren't we all? But you actually are, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I was bitten and infected again at the end of the last session.
Remission's a hell of a fucker.
Yep.
Right.
Just gonna keep burning that greater restoration. Hopefully. Someone heal me.
You can do that.
Still don't know that spell.
If I'm starting at the beginning, a lonely child found a ring of wishing embedded with a red crystal. They wished for their imaginary friend, me, to become real. Since something was wrong with the weave, however, the strong magics from that wish made them fall ill, and they soon died. Their parents blamed me and ran me out of town. And then using the druidic powers my child imagined me to have, I searched for purpose until I found these fellas. And we went and helped a girl possessed by a staff. And then we started tracking down her lost friends. And we got some horses. And I got possessed by some pretty bad magic at some point and tried to kill a guy. However, Ryil sat with me in my room while I kind of dealt with the trauma of that. And then we have continued to get our ass kicked by a magic cult until I made friends with this painting of a god that could talk to me. And eventually we found out we were all chosen. And now we're trying to kick the asses right back. We'll see how we do.
Oh, so we're telling our story from the beginning. Okay.
I mean, that's just what I started with.
Oh, okay. Well, Ryil is a changeling that was sold to a thieves guild. Grew a bit of a conscience and flipped on the thieves guild and was adopted by the cop or the guard that put the thieves guild away. Until matriarch Belarus had him killed. And so he ran away with his partner, the one person in the thieves guild that he didn't flip on, Quicksilver Quinn, and it turns out Quicksilver Quinn was working with matriarch Belarus the whole time. So that's fun. So now I've gotta kill both of them and check in on a 20 coppers, check in on him yearly.
Hey,
and kill.
how about this? You keep your rage to yourself, because I know you just found it and it's very exciting. It's very exciting. You have your little rage box, but we're gonna put it next to my giant box, my giant crater of rage, and we're just gonna let the scales fall where they may.
Baby's first revenge, though.
It's real cute. Don't touch it.
So there's a bit of a race between Ryil and Bootstraps to see who kills 20 coppers first.
I'd also like to point out that Elliott definitely pledged his help for you to do that, Ryil.
Okay, so you're both gonna die. Oh, that's fun. That'll be a fun epilogue.
If we're going back to like further backstory, Elliott's is, it's pretty mundane and classic D&D for a fighter. Came from something of a military background. Was at his home and some shit went down, which is how he discovered that he was a little special and a little different. And because of that incident, he set out on the road and basically became a mercenary for hire. And that's how he ended up with this bunch. Kind of hired as the protection and the front line as they were all investigating their first situation. But then it turned out that, hey, I'm also chosen, and there's a reason I'm here, and I'm going to kill the motherfucker who chose me.
Yeah, focus on that. It's better for your health to try and kill a god.
It's the best for your health.
Bootstrap was a criminal. Then he became a bandit. Then he became a pirate. And then all of his buddies stabbed him in the back. And he wasn't too pleased with that, so he's decided to come back and kill all of them instead. And that was pretty neat. But also he was still a criminal, so he was hopping around jails, being a private assassin and / goon. And then he got hired out by these guys, and they're like, he's such a sweetie, and decided to keep him around, as one does with violent sociopathic murderers.
Just Tuesday.
So, you have returned to the constable office in the lower district of Bellport. The now familiar building is relatively empty when you arrive, but you arrive with quite the entourage. You have with you Valdry, the recovered dragon that you were able to save from Chaos's influence through using the power of human and people connection, I guess. Along with them, you have Maria, who is a fellow chosen, and her assistant, the maker, Orson Silvergrip. You also have a new person with you, Kaz, who seems a little overwhelmed at the entire situation and was much happier to stay where she was stationed, even though it was in captivity. Thank you very much. You arrive at the constable office where D. Charles welcomes you. Seeing that some of you are wounded and require aid, she, in classic D style, sets you up with bunks and refreshment to get you through the evening. Elliott, I do want to establish you were bitten by wild mange and sustained some of their condition. Would you seek out medical assistance at this time? Would you make mention of it?
Yeah, so I think canonically, there's at least one person in our group besides Bird who can take care of this. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
I can help.
I've been
with
healed
it.
by someone else.
Correct.
You're just gonna chop my arm off.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could chop your arm off.
Yeah, no, Bootstrap. I know you too well to even consider that for more than a second. I mean, I would reach out to someone. I don't know that I'd go outside of our group for it.
Okay. Yeah, Maria was able to attend to your wounds last time. And if you make mention to it, she will quickly come to take, care of the situation. She'll hem and haw over the wound and look at you and say, if you keep getting bit, it's gonna take, and there won't be anything I can do about it. And I know that's not up to you, but you should know the risks. And she will cast Greater Restoration. And true to her word, you notice, like, as she's casting it, the effect recedes, but it takes longer. It's more challenging. She's having to channel more energy into it. And she'll look at you and say, I don't know what we do with these creatures. If they're able to nearly turn someone of your fortitude, I worry of what they might be doing out there in the world.
Yeah, agreed. That's why this doesn't matter. I just have to keep going in to stop it.
Yeah. You're right. Dee sets you up again. You are able to pass through the evening resting. She insists that will be time in the morning for you to tell her what happened on your last excursion. She familiarizes herself with Kaz, learning what unit she's from, and talking about her days in the Norfordian army, and that puts Kaz at ease. Kaz will turn to you, Frank, and say, "Right, so I didn't know what exactly is happening here. I'm just supposed to throw in with all of you."
So question real quick first. Is this the first time Frank's seeing Orson since all the way back in Hard Rest where he was accosted by Orson?
No, you did interact with him a few times last session. They were gruff interactions.
Yeah. Now we're okay, not in the heat of battle. Yeah, to be honest, this time around I'm not the one that holds all the answers. Valdry is kind of who I'm leaning on, and the rest of these fine folks. I'm more just a cog in the greater machine this time, I feel. But I can say that it is important, and we're all involved.
Well, all right. I'll do my best, but this is a bit much, huh?
Yeah, you're telling me. We're all just doing our best. It's not every week or month or year you have the fate of the world thrown at your feet, so.
Right. No biggie. And she gets a little nervous and will find a chair to sit down in while she questions her existence. Meanwhile, through the door will come a hulking mountain of a man. Familiar to you all now is Tom. He will stride in and look at you, Frank, and say, "I've checked the outside. It seems like this is secure," and will nod to Dee. "Excellent work."
Thank you.
So we'll shack up here tonight and talk plans in the morning.
Yeah, I think everyone's a little worn out, to be honest.
Right. I mean, I'd say you look like death, but and he gestures to his own countenance, sunken and gray, as if though brought back from the grave itself.
We've had better days, the both of us, haven't we, friend?
Better days await, I'm sure. I will need to figure out who we all are. I'm assuming that you've all done that already. I know I've missed out on most of the team building exercises.
Oh, you missed the grabby hands.
I can't say that I am held in high favor here currently. We still have more team building, as you say, to do. But I trust every single person in this group with my life, so what else can you do?
So, you got back from the dead, then?
Seems that way.
Should go with my God. Does a much better job.
See, I don't know about that. I think I'm more on loan.
Haven't exactly checked my terms, but as long as I get to kill who I get to kill.
Is that what you care about now? Still?
It's on the list.
Fair enough. Who am I to get in front of someone's vengeance?
Well, I mean, I would just add, has anyone ever asked you, Bootstrap, what you're going to do after all of this? When there's no vengeance left to be had, where will you go?
Probably get drunk. Pass out somewhere.
Well, hopefully I can join you.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, I'll be sure to send a little messenger along. You just make sure you stay out my way.
Again, Dee will usher you to the cells. As you pass through, you'll find that Maria and Orson have set up in the table in the back. Tom has moved to take his own place. Also present is Stockton, or aka Valdry. He seems to just be looking around at the world with eyes unclouded. There's a quietness to him as he observes things, and you notice he often checks his own hands and touches his fingers as if checking to see that is this really me? Is there anything else y'all want to do before you take a long rest?
I'd like to go up to Valdry, and I will just kind of look at him. He's checking out his hands. What do you call an ant who fights crime?
I have no earthly idea.
A vigilante.
And he just doubles over at your horrendous joke, laughing until tears come to his eyes. And as he does, you see that there's a little bit an edge of pain. And he looks at you and goes, "Oh, that's the first joke I've been able to laugh at in a long time. A pretty bad one."
I figured you needed a good one.
Thank you. It is good to be myself again. It's been so long.
Bird's gonna find a place to sleep, since if we're fresh after everything, she's very, very tired.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
In fact, if Bootstrap is taking this hammock, she is going to just kind of come in and transform into her beagle self and fall asleep in the corner.
The fuck are you doing?
She just lift her head.
gonna throw her a pillow.
She'll get up and do a few circles before resting back down on it.
Fucking fairy tale, motherfucker.
And Bootstrap will just sit in his cot for a bit, stretching out.
Elliott, Ryil, you up to anything?
Please.
Ryil has kind of separated himself from the group, and he's just finding a quiet place to sit under a tree. And he's writing a letter to Lunette and sharpening his arrows. And that's it.
Okay. After a while, Dee will kind of pop her head out. There's a nice courtyard here back behind the office that you're able to kind of set up in. And as evening kind of approaches, she will approach you quietly with a small little hand wave. Is there anything I can get you? I know it's been a hard journey, Ryil.
And who'd you say this was?
This is Dee.
He's gonna ask, do you know anything about Quicksilver Quinn?
No. Other than I've heard you mention her name before. I could use my system of informants. Actually, Linux was mentioning something about her, if I recall. Was she the one that burned down a library in Retford? Am I remembering that correctly?
He's gonna just nod his head. And Dee, do you know, have you ever heard of the name Matriarch Belarus?
Ah. That I am familiar with. Head of a thieves guild. Rather powerful foothold in Retford. And throughout the rest of the country, if I'm honest. Do you have some business with her?
We're overdue for a discussion.
It wouldn't happen to have anything to do with what you told me last time I saw you, would it?
Yes.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
You're telling me that they're also involved in this?
Yes.
She will look around the courtyard, just taking in the small comfort, and look down and notice that you have your writing utensils out, and she'll gesture to it. That's smart. It's best to not leave anything left unsaid in these moments.
Better to not leave things undone either, Dee.
It's true. I'll tell you what, Ryil. I know that we have a lot to catch up on, and we can manage that in the morning. But if finding Matriarch Belarus is important to you, I will figure out what we can do to make it right. I'll help, however I can.
Before you agree to do that, Dee, I can in good consciousness allow you to offer help until you know the full scope of what needs to be done before I can fulfill my responsibilities as a chosen of Tyr. I'm still wrestling with that. Matriarch Belarus has no problem using people as pieces in her game and removing them just as quickly. The law has been unable to catch her. And I'm afraid that even if she were caught, she has cleaned her records so well there would be nothing to hold her on. So there is only one solution.
There's always more than one solution, Ryil. I know it can be difficult to see. I understand that you are saying that in order for justice to be served, that we will need to kill Matriarch Belarus. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm struggling with my god as well. You see, I was chosen of Lathander. The god of new life, of birth, renewal. All I've ever known is, well, not that. I wonder, Ryil, I understand what you're asking. And maybe if we figure this whole prophecy thing out, we can do something about it. But I would ask that you consider a new life. And she gestures down to the letter in your lap.
Truly, this is the dankest
A new beginning.
dungeon.
Just consider it.
I promise you I'll consider it. And he just goes back to sharpening the arrows.
Elliott, you up to anything?
Muted.
Thank you. Unless Elliott could conceivably in this time find information on weaknesses of gods, specifically Torm, Elliott would just be biding his time waiting.
Okay.
I don't know if Elliott would know where to look for any information like that. And it's not like that part of his particular plan has started, so he would be comfortable just waiting, because that's kind of his thing, is just seeing things and then waiting for the right moment.
Gotcha.
So if something would readily come to Elliott, then he would look. Otherwise, he would just...
Great.
Rude.
Understood. You... Let's see. Sorry, I'm just getting this.
Mm-hmm.
You all turn in for the night, and you fall asleep and rest easy again in a place that's comfortable. So please take the benefits of a long rest. When you wake the next day, true to her word, Dee has food for you, and she asks you to bring her up to speed on what happened in your excursion with Valdry. For the sake of expediency, is there anything in the events, or do you want to give a rundown of what you determined, what you found?
Bootstrap's gonna mean mug anyone who mentions the dancing. We got some notes in some agent's journal talking about following Staley around. How he's all despondent and all like. Just talking about how he's probably going to be a problem. Still, get the. You already know about Quicksilver, yeah?
Yes, Linux mentioned. By the way, my understanding is that everyone will try to regroup here so we can establish next steps. We don't know when this final moment will be. Is that something that you found out?
TM, well, D and Bootstrap were talking. Could I go and ask?
Baldry.
No,
A zoo.
the big one.
Tom.
Bootstrap.
Tom, who his god is.
Yeah, while they're having that conversation, you're more than welcome. Tom would be sitting off to the side, kind of just relaxing in the early morning as you approach. Hello? Is there something I could help you with?
Yes. And first I'm gonna give him one of those little, you know how you can take string and weave it around, like a bunch of sticks in like a pattern until it's almost like a overwoven like snowflake that twirls. I will give him one of those that I have just made from random colored twine. And I will say, I was wondering if you know who your god is. Because we know most of the Chosen, but I don't think I know yours.
Should be easy enough. And he'll hold his hands out and gesture for you to take them. As you do, you like hold his hands. They are cold. They are, it's like touching something that has no life in it. Completely removed from existence. Like he'll turn his hands over and you'll see there's actually like blue in his fingernail beds. And he'll say, like I said earlier, I'm on loan from the god of the dead.
Did you get to go past the end?
Yes, I did.
What was there?
My mother.
Was it a happy place?
Now that's a question, isn't it? You could be happy there.
Were there good places to play?
You know, I didn't check. I brought her name back with me. Morello. Once this is done, I can go back. Maybe this time I'll see if there's any good hide and seek spots.
What? And then out of character, I'm gonna ask Tom, Fog Morello has got a death, but did we ever confirm? God of Poetry and Song or the God of War?
We had a post-credit scene with Nyx with a tall man that we know to be Jealousy. DM sip. And also, I don't know, we have a soldier lady.
Okay.
You could go ask Kaz.
And then okay. Yeah, but Bootstrap, you were talking with Dee, so I'll let you get. I just wanted to confirm that while you were going over your notes.
Mm-hmm. All right. All we know is we got a 2-month deadline. And they're doing something fucky with weave points. Crossy bits.
All right.
Remember that?
It's no secret they've been doing some kind of magic to tear the weave. Perhaps they're just continuing that work. I'm surprised to see that they're that far north, if I'm honest. It seems like they've been working around cities, or I don't know. I wonder if there's, I don't know.
What, there's like some kind of place. Do we know where they went last time?
Do we
Wouldn't
have
it be the same fucking
a
spot?
map?
Yes, I do have a map that we can look at if you'd like. And she will come over to the desk and pull out, let me find it, a map of the Middlelands, which is the world that you are a part of. Let's go ahead and show that to players. She will, I can't ping it, which is unfortunate. But you can see where Retford is marked. How can I make this so we can ping it? Because that's important. Here, in timeout.
It's very right under the R of Norfordia. Oh, no, wait. No, it's not. Belport's in the...
Here's
If
what
I
we're going to
recall,
do.
the little bump there. Like, there's the northern, like, pincer crab, and it's under the...
Timeout.
Do
Talk
we
amongst yourselves
know-
while I upload
yeah.
some stuff.
I'm just gonna look at Bootstrap. Do we know all the different places they've been? Ryil, do you know, Elliott?
There was the attack on the barons in Norfordia. Then they attacked Lady Arista. Then they attacked the library in Retford. Right? They got a 2-month deadline. They're moving along lines. So they followed.
Are we counting the wall?
Yeah, while you guys are going through places, Birds is just gonna like look on the map until she finds exactly where that is, and she's just gonna make little marks, GM, on the map
Yep.
where all these places are.
Does make a smiley face.
No, it's not making a smiley face.
Oh, that's
I
disappointing.
mean, I guess, if you tried really hard, you could probably make it kind of smile if you turn your head completely sideways and just imagine the eyes.
Yeah, last time I saw someone do that, it's because I twisted his head off his fucking spine.
Did you really twist it all the way off?
Well, he wasn't exactly eyeballing me the same afterward.
Did it, actually come off? Did it make the pop sound like everyone
Oh,
said?
it crunched.
All right. Well, that's a wonderful conversation to have. But if I might redirect back to this, I think we might get somewhere. Okay, so let me do this other thing too.
Can I attempt an intelligence check to see if I can recall any clues that we're missing?
Clues about what specifically?
Anyone of note that we might be leaving out.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, roll me a history check.
Yes, because Ryil is smart, but Noir is dumb. Never mind. Ryil is also dumb.
Okay, so I'm
There are
gonna
some-
help because this isn't like a fully fledged map. But Dee is gonna start marking out. You know, we are.
Oh,
here.
you're gonna mark. Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are here in Bellport. That should pop up. Yeah. Let's make sure.
Mm-mm.
No.
Are you on the
what
wrong
heck?
layer?
I might be on the wrong layer.
You have to maybe send the picture to the back.
So I want to be. I am on the wrong layer. There we go. Aha. We're gonna send this to map player. Great. We're gonna do this. She says, okay, we're here in Bellport. When you first left, we sent you to a hard rest. Remind me, where did you go after that?
Wenyan Weiss.
Oh, right. Just across the border, right? Across the wall?
Quick hop, skip, and a jump, yeah.
Okay, so I believe that puts you right here. And then from there...
Up to Retford.
Retford.
Okay.
Nearly
And
off
then-
to Staley.
From there, I believe you went north, did you not?
Yep.
Ailton.
Right.
The
Ailton. Ailton, yeah. Home of the rising sea.
That's here.
And we was in the
Somewhere cold.
crazy place. But yeah, then we popped up somewhere cold.
That's right. You were... Oh,
And then we were, after that, we were in the Wesker Mountains.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What was the name of the town? Burton, right? Which is here. The Wesker Mountains to the south. And, remind you were, you told me where you were just now to find Valdry.
At the top of the Wesker Mountains. Maybe.
No, that, maybe I'm mistaken. Wasn't that where you met with the unseen?
Oh, Valdry. Sorry. Oh, gosh. Yeah, they popped us out somewhere in a field. What town was that? Oh, yeah, you went in there a bunch of different times.
Oh, crap.
Whitbury.
Thank you. I was like, W ends in a Y.
Ah, Whitbury. That's pretty far north.
Yeah. But when some giant fucker wants you gone, they get you gone.
Well, all right. It seems. I mean, it seems odd, but does this look like anything to any of you?
Does magic only exist in Norfordia?
Oh no, it exists everywhere. I mean, perhaps Linux would be better suited to answer this question. We could reach out, but no, there's nothing particularly special about Norfordia. We do have several magic schools of high regard.
If they're trying to break the weave, why are they only doing it right here?
That's a good question. I mean, if we think about it, the cult was active in the wastes before. They started in the Wenian Empire. To the south. They took over huge, and I mean, at that point in time, they were taking over huge tracts of land. Norfordia used to extend all the way south to the bay, here. And Adra, it was, you see this road, this major fairway, it extended clear to there. But with the wastes being what it is. Ryil, with your 7, you're kind of thinking through everything, and you seem like there's been a lot of names thrown around, but they all seem to be correct from your recollection.
He's just gonna just nod in silent agreement.
Bird's just gonna stare at the whole of this entire world map. Why would they be only here? But this is such a big map. And
Well,
if magic exists everywhere, what are they doing right here at a turret? Is there something special here?
They've been, my understanding is that they've been partnering with the government of Bros. It's causing some tension at the border. That's pretty far north from where they originally started. You see, the Wenian Empire, the capital was here to the south. Working with Bros, I'm not sure. I mean, that seems like a jump.
Can I roll an insight check? Can I
You
just
may.
sit here and stare at this map and attempt to connect the dots, literally?
I would like to roll to investigate a mystery.
Yes, please.
Where is it going?
Go ahead, Bird.
Okay, I rolled a 12.
Can I roll an investigation to see if anything clicks for me?
Yeah.
26.
Oh.
Yeah, Ryil, as you're looking at this, Noir, let me ask you this. Have you ever tried to tear fabric?
Yeah.
What's the best way to do that?
From trying to find the most frayed part and then
Chainsaw.
also a chainsaw.
Scissors.
And typically when you do that, does it go in a line?
No, it's usually like a tear. Like
Right, but like it's generally like, I don't know.
oh
if
yeah, well
any-
yeah, it's straight down. Yeah.
Yep. Some seamstresses, they'll cut the bottom of the fabric and they'll cut the top, and then it'll connect it directly in a line. And as you're thinking about the weave and you're thinking about it from that perspective, just a quick question: who drew the yellow rectangle?
I did.
As kind of you're all like sketching out, you notice something about this particular area that's not like anywhere else in the Middle Lands. Between the Wenian Empire and Norfordia, it connects to both poles. a continuous landmass, maybe not in the most straight of lines.
I will just blurt out, you can go from top to bottom on the ground.
Wait, it's like a fucking whole house.
What?
I told you to stay away from those places.
Well, listen, I was very curious and I wanted to see what was going on.
No. Now you got you talking
I
all
learned
sorts of
a whole
expletives.
lot. I talked to a very nice girl and she told me all about what she does. And it seemed like very friendly work.
Don't you start with that.
How did
I
that
don't wanna do
conversation
it.
even begin?
I don't want cooties. She said she got a special magic spell that protected her from cooties, though, so she is okay.
Yeah,
You will not.
they all say that.
But what I meant, and she's just gonna point at the map. You can go from the top all the way down to the bottom of the map without having to swim. There's nowhere else where you can go from the top to the bottom on the ground. You'd have to take a boat.
It would be... Again, I feel like I'm ill-equipped to answer these questions. But it could be. We could confirm with Linux or Stuart. They're both more informed on these matters. But I don't see why not. During the war, the last great push of the Wenian forces was towards Norfordia. It's part of the reason that the wall exists, in case that the threat ever resurged.
Well, if they've got to rip it from top to bottom, then they need to do their next attack somewhere in here, right?
Can we plot out where the ley lines that we know about are?
Mm-hmm. Let's think about this. How can I do this? Yes. Ryil.
And if I have to, I can roll something for it to see if he would know.
This is what I'm trying to figure out, right? Has he read up on ley lines at all? Is this something that he would know casually?
Ever since they went to the Wenian Waste and got that device, that's been part of his journey as a wizard.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll me Arcana.
Okay. Jesus.
Okay.
12.
You would know enough about the weave. Let me go ahead and pull up my notes really quick. You would know with a 12. Let's see here. Let me make sure. See where I put these notes. Sorry, gotta find them.
You're good.
Where is it? Here, this will be faster if I just do this. You would know that so there's the metaphor of the weave, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea that there's things that intersect each other. So, and through your reading about the weave, you would know about two concepts: the warp, which runs north to south, and the weft, which runs east to west. With that knowledge in mind, you're not positive, like you wouldn't know exactly how to trace the ley lines exactly, but it would make sense what Bird is saying, right? That if they were trying to destroy the weave, and if there was a singular point, a warp from the south to the north that they could target, that could do it.
So they're tearing from the ley lines, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And this device, and he's going to pull out the device from the Winnian Waste, was one of the things that was put in place to keep something like that from happening, if I recall correctly.
Ciphers.
The ciphers.
It's possible.
So we know how they're doing it, and we know where they're doing it. Well, we don't necessarily know how they're doing it, but destroying the ciphers certainly doesn't help, so.
They got those weird crystals that pop up and make magic fucky.
Yeah.
I mean, can we ask Valdry? He know anything?
I mean, we could ask. Let me go bring him in, and Dee will retrieve Valdry from wherever he is. It should be noted that Valdry is still in the form that you've seen him before. It's his preferred form, that of Stockton the dwarf, and he will enter, wiping his hands, on his pants as he comes in. You had some questions?
Yeah, I was wondering if you found out anything while you was, brain tapped.
Found out, you mean about their plans, or?
Yeah, they're doing any monologues, evil laughing.
Well, I mean, I had chaos in my mind. It was all that I could do to remain separate. Most of my focus was spent on that. I mean, it's been 20 years. I don't know definitively what their future plans are, but I can tell you what we were trying to stop in the last rhythm, if that will help. And he'll look over at Frank.
Can you also tell us where the ley lines are?
Yes, I can sort of sense them. He will walk over to the map and say, when it was our time, our final encounter was here. There was a champion of Snarl, a general, that was leading their forces. We had an opportune moment to...
Aitken, right?
Aitken was one of his lower officers. No, this man was infinitely more twisted and more evil.
Aitken's still our friend.
I'm sorry to hear that. But it was here. There's a plateau that we were sent to. The visions that I received indicated that this would be where we could end it. It correlates with the prophecy. We know, and he's just kind of going to sketch out ley lines. We know that there's a convergence of ley lines here. It made sense that if they were to try to destroy this or get any further, it might be difficult to turn the tide, so we had to act there. We assembled. It was assumed that we would go there, and if we defeated Snarl's champion, that it would end the cycle. We were wrong.
So was it the same last time with tearing up Norfordia?
Different. They're using a similar tactic, I assume. Ciphers. The cultists make them by ripping people from the weave. You see, everyone is tied. The weave is creation, existence itself. Everyone is connected to it intimately. Those with magic casting abilities have a stronger connection. They're able to pull more from the weave. The Cult of Snarl was able to infiltrate the Wenyan government, eventually convincing the Emperor to join their cause. He massacred thousands of his own people, creating ciphers. Essentially, they're the result of magic being pulled from the weave and given physical form. It gave their military incredible power. What happens when every single soldier in your force can cast a fireball, or a cone of cold, or any variety of spells? You become an unstoppable force. They marched north, continuing this destruction, creating countless ciphers as they went. It was known that if you were captured by the Wenyans, your best bet was to just kill yourself.
So out of curiosity, so your cycle, your rhythm,
Yes.
was primarily fought just south of Norfordia in the Winian Empire.
Correct.
And the cycle before that was where?
Now that's a question.
I mean, was it further south? I mean, is this just going to keep going until it goes all the way up to the top?
I mean, this is only the intention of this particular cult, this particular destructive force. At any given time, there are countless struggles in the ultimate balance for law and chaos. This is just one attempt that has made it further than the others.
How exactly last time did you determine where the final point was? What was your process?
Visions. I am the chosen of the god of fate. I saw my god, who directed me towards a plateau. You see, like I mentioned before, at any given time there are countless squabbles or skirmishes between law and chaos, and the gods have to move carefully, subtly, speak and double speak, because if they are too overt, well, it signals the enemy. We knew where to go because we paid attention.
All right.
So
talk to
should
your
I
god
just
again.
call Azuth? Do I still have the stone?
Why don't we just ask Mr. Visions here to have another one?
Well,
God painting, come in. Over.
Yes, hello, Bird. It's lovely to hear from you. Is Linux there yet?
No.
Oh, well, she soon will be, and I must say, I don't think she had any coffee this morning. She's being quite terrible.
She's always grumpy.
Don't tell her I said that over.
God painting. Over.
Just Azuth is fine, Bird.
God painting, can you send me a vision?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, to find out where they're going to attack the weave next. Do you think you could send me a vision of where that's going to be? Over.
I'm sorry, Bird, but I'm afraid that I can't. You see, I've already influenced events a bit much. If I were to do more, it would ultimately have more negative consequences. You see? You understand?
Okay, but if I happen to dream tonight of a very specific place, then maybe that's the place I should go. And I won't even think it's from you. Over.
That is very clever, bird. I should hope that you dream well. It is my desire that you get lots of rest before this last stand.
Roger that. I will dream well of a place that you definitely don't show me. Over.
You hear a good-natured chuckle over the stone, and I think that's rather lovely.
Good work, Bird.
Right. So why doesn't Boulder just have another vision then?
Well, what if? I mean, there's two ways to see this, right? He had the visions last rhythm, and this rhythm someone else has them, or there will be no visions, and we have to figure it out a different way.
He's connected to the god of fucking visions, huh? He got one job.
Right. You'll see Stockton kind of like roll his shoulders and look at you, Bootstrap. I've been under the influence of chaos for 20 years. I have suffered countless horrors as it tried to rip my mind asunder. Every day aching for freedom, only to be shown images of failure, destruction. I was a prisoner in my own body. Do you understand? I'm
Picking
sorry
up
that
on
I
it.
can't have this vision, but I'm afraid that's not how it works. There are rules to this.
Don't worry, Bootstrap. I'm gonna have a vision later tonight.
Yeah, go and talk to your god. Well, meanwhile, Mike can only pop in to tell me to dance.
You know, I will say, while I appreciate everything you've gone through, Valdry, it's not helpful the way you're approaching this. Like, we get it. You're helpless. I understand. But at the same time, you're talking about there are rules to this.
Yes.
None of us know anything.
I will be happy to tell you as much as I can, but I cannot wave a hand and know the acts of the enemy. It's like staring into the abyss itself.
DM.
How do we find? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna ask real quickly so that I don't mess anything up in roleplay. What do we know about like contacting Denver or what? I guess out of game. What exactly does find Denver mean? So that I.
We found
right.
him.
Yep, he's been found. It was initially to send them up and give them the larger picture of what's happening here and what's going on. As far as contacting Denver, you have to go to there. The nature of his existence is to speak directly with him. He holds himself separate. Frank would know this. Denver holds himself separate from society to try and keep a clear vision of the balance itself and not be influenced by the whims and wants of whatever is in right now, so to speak.
Yeah, we love Denver's methods. Anyways, sorry, Saint.
Big fan.
No. I was done. I was just gonna say, well, then we either wait around for a vision, or we try to figure out the next step.
Is
I did
it
not say your name. Oh, sorry.
maybe?
Sorry. I thought I heard my name.
Is the answer maybe already right in front of us, or is that thinking too simple?
Well, I know, Frank. I think that you might have it. I mean, realistically, if we look at it this way, again, don't wish to be difficult, so I can explain. There's a cosmic balance, a back and forth, and if things swing too far one way or the other, existence becomes iffy, right? The gods, in this instance, are against chaos, and they only have so much they can pull. Given my conversations, understanding and speaking with everyone, they've influenced quite a bit. You have a chosen here, and he gestures to Bootstrap, who was brought back from death. That's no small feat. 2, actually, if you count the other in another room. You have one that was created from magic itself, and he gestures to Bird. Not to mention Frank's own descent into using the weave and them contacting you in the wastes itself. They're running out of options. But they have been telling you, giving you options, giving you information this whole time. It might... I mean, can I ask, have any of you had dreams? Visions? Premonitions that don't make sense yet?
Yeah. Let's get this out. Here are some of the things that I've seen in my visions. I've been told the makers might have a road back. Find Savrith's seer, find Mistra's minstrel, which I believe we have. Repair the weave. Working on it. Bring them together and find other chosen.
All right. It's a pretty efficient checklist.
I had a vision, but I think it mostly came true.
All right.
So I used mine up, I guess. Maybe I won't get one tonight.
What was it?
Well, I was in a field, and it was sunny, and I could hear Cass laughing, and then Azuth was behind me calling for me, and then there was no field anymore. It was just black glass. And then there were lots of shards of broken red glass. And the sky was all dark and stormy. And then God Painting was pointing to a tower in the distance. And then my legs hurt and there was blood at my feet, and I heard a dragon up in the sky. But I feel like we went to a tower, didn't we? And we found the dragon.
And what tower did you go to?
Oh, up in the mountains? With Denver?
This does not sound like the mirror in the sky.
Well, is there a different tower? Maybe one around a lot of black rock?
I mean, Black Rock kind of screams dragon to me, but
Where's the mirror on the sky on the map? If I may.
It is here.
Okay.
Or volcano.
Yeah. Like obsidian?
Yeah.
Can I ask how Frank would feel internally to this story?
Go ahead and roll me Arcana, Frank.
Okay.
Uh,
22.
Yep. As Bird's talking about this vision, you feel a familiar feeling of resonance. Something that, like, the act of the god is, like, present. And as she continues to talk, you agree with Valdry. You've been to the mirror in the sky. That's not what anything sounds like. And also you get the impression it's important that it was Azuth that pointed. And that magic kind of energy, you, as you're kind of focusing on it and focusing on her words in the very frank way, you see what she saw in snippets, lyrics filling your mind of the reality of the world. And you see the image of a tower. And you reflect that you've seen it before, recently, in fact.
Thank you.
So we have a tower, we have Azuth pointing to it. I mean, Azuth had temples everywhere. It's possible we could maybe plot out where they are in Norfordia.
Do we know of any that are near volcanoes? Or large areas of obsidian? Or that are tall towers?
We might.
Do we know when Linux is gonna be here?
As if on cue. Linux strides through the door, in tow a meek Stewart, who seems relieved to see you all. She walks in, several books underneath her arm, and upon seeing goes, well, I think I've just about solved it. How are you coming along?
We're trying to find a tower that's maybe a temple to Azuth, that's maybe near a volcano or large amounts of obsidian.
Basically, we're just waiting for you.
Also, God Painting says you need to have your coffee.
Well, that's rather rude of him to mention, but he's not wrong. Dee, can I beg you for something? And Dee will nod and remove herself to bring something in. And Linux will come over to the map and see that where you guys have plotted out. And she's like, you were nearly there. We're looking for what? A Temple of Azuth? Is that what I hear correctly?
A tall tower.
So. Right. It looks like you've connected they're tearing the weave. Excellent work. In order to do that, they need to follow the landmass, and it is a line from pole to pole. That's the most efficient way. See, you can't really tear ley lines on the ocean. You're moving too much. You need a stable connection, so they're having to go around, which leads me to believe that whatever it is, it singles it out, right? We're looking for a Temple of Azuth somewhere here. Should be easy enough to research. Somewhere to the north.
Bird will just wait by the map to see if she happens to comment on the wonderful vines and other things that she added to this map while everyone was talking.
I seem to recall, Bootstrap, didn't your shitty kid friend have some documents? I would love to see those.
As my shitty kid friend did.
Do you have them? Could I take a gander, just real quick?
And I will place them on the table for them.
She will sort through the various items, and she goes, yeah, see, look, you already had it right here. And put on the table a drawing of a tower. Right here. Easy enough. Being a chosen's, well, a little dull, if I'm honest. The most exciting thing I've had to deal with was the library fire.
All we need is
go and sit down.
Just a drawing, yeah, of course. Oh, everyone knows every fucking tower here.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's a picture of a tower. I mean, I know that we know the general area and we're looking for that tower. That still seems like a lot of ground to cover in 2 months.
Oh, I can help with that completely. We can leverage the magic school's utilities. I guess I should bring you up to speed on what I've actually been doing, shouldn't I?
I can help us too. I can turn us into clouds and we can fly.
Oh, well, that's quite something. Right. So, you all went to find Denver, right? I figured you never called, so I just figured you were busy. Didn't want to bother you with their ultimate fates and whatnot. I went back to Retford to try and understand what the cult's motivations were. I was able to find a section of the library at the Vi Academy that had some more detailed writings on it. It was during my stay there that there was additional kerfuffle, we'll say, with the Council of Retford. Members who wished to send forces to the border of Bros were being attacked. Things were escalating rather drastically. I was able to find these, and she kind of pulls out a couple of, like, pointing to her books, and says, it's not much, but it's a history on the cult, a written account. Most of it's babble, someone insane. You see, they were able to capture a captain of their military and interview them. There's a lot of crazy in there. I'm getting off track. Basically, I was able to take this evidence to the academy. They were able to influence the council. Hence, we were able to send troops north, overriding Staley's efforts to keep them south. Not without casualties, but, you know, it's war. I believe you actually met some of the forces I sent, did you not? There was a person on the phone when we spoke last, was there not?
Guys.
Right. General Love is currently positioning himself along the Bros border. It should be easy enough to communicate him. He could probably send a contingency to scout ahead and help us plot out what we need to do.
This doesn't look like that big of a tower.
Elliott, do you remember when we were in the wastes?
As much as I have tried to forget, yes.
Mm-hmm. These kinds of magic places, size can be deceptive.
Yeah, I understand that. It might just be the disconnect to the magic for me. That's all.
So, I don't want to jump to conclusions, and but from what I know, we all need to be where it seems we've discovered at this tower, all of the chosen, and once we're there, I can maybe have some kind of idea what we need to do. But other than that, what else is there we need to work on?
Well, about that, I don't know if that's really what we should do. I think that's part of the reason that the last cycle failed. I have a theory. She points at the map where you've got all the dots. Let's talk about it, right? I've been trying to figure out what makes you four so special. The rest of us were just minding our own business, but you four connected, right? You've been chasing
I think it should
singular
be
thread.
5, because Dee's the one that connected us.
But that's just my point. You found Dee, and then you found Maria before me, and then me, and you continued on your merry way, finding people as you went. My understanding of the last cycle is that everyone was in the same place, which could have been a viable option. If the weave was still intact, that might have been enough. But I don't think this is a matter of standing together. I think we need to each be, well, on the broken places of the weave. An orchestrated
We have to split up?
effort. It's a theory.
Makes sense. You put the needle in on each part of the frayed cloth, sew it together.
There's also the account of the actual prophecy, and she will move over to the book and flip through pages and open it up. I'm sure you are all familiar with this by now, yes?
Let's say yes, but you can give us a refresher just to be sure.
Understood.
I do, but I don't know if you do, so you should prove to me that you do.
I just
enough.
gotta sing it back. Whatever.
13 chosen kneel on lines of the land, metal steeled against the rising red sun. Each touched by creation with glass in hand, mistress song unspoken, balance undone. A splintering snarl and fracturing crack, the gleaming dragon lost beside its helm shield. Two noble souls sink into darkest black, left unseen, forgotten, new fates revealed. Now this is where I think we come in. 13 chosen stand on lines of power, the wish, the vengeful, the just, the harrowed. The bard heard atop Azuth's last tower, magic remade, wasted lands now hallowed. Should the weave unravel and chaos reign, heed the modest words of the bard's refrain.
Well, said out loud, I think that gives me some definite answers to where I should be. There are some other phrases that stand out to me. The glass in hand, and then the bit about snarl. I mean, the snarl one, maybe I'm getting too wrapped up in last time, but I assume that'll be another fight. Does that sound correct?
I mean, we can assume.
Okay. The glass in hand, though, I'm not sure if I know that.
Well, if they were trying to repair a ley line, the unseen did create counter ciphers, devices that maintain them. I'm delighted to know that that was the purpose of the device we found in the temple. Perhaps that's what they're referencing.
We have 13.
I don't know, but
And from the... Well... Does that math work out? Are we 13 or are we 14?
14 minus 1. Clothing got cut.
So what do we do about the one person that can't?
yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
That one's new to me.
Do we not have who? And you see as Lennox's face scrunches in concern. If we don't have everyone, Well, you saw what happened last time.
Listen, I don't know what to make of it, but Colin was the one that we lost, and I definitely felt a similar feeling to Lily.
But a person being lost doesn't mean that they're truly lost, does it?
He got cut from the fucking weave, Ryil. It's kind of dunzo. Even God said that. Or whichever God's fucking big cloudy sky fucker.
I mean, that's not a bad theory, though. Maybe he still can. Like, maybe it's about putting him back in the weave. Is that even possible, Linux?
Not to my understanding. It's kind of a one-way ticket, right? Creation calls to creation. Once the magical influence of something's been drained, there's no spark of it left. If the magics exist, I'm unaware of them.
Can I attempt a Arcana check? to see-
14 minus 1. Use brainy, Ryil. You can figure that out.
Can I attempt an Arcana check to see if any sort of resurrection magic might work in this situation?
Go for it.
Just not doing great today. Just constant 12s all day. By the way, I get a +9 to this.
Oh, wow.
You think, with a 12, Linux is, you understand her field of study to be magic itself. So you trust that if there was something that existed, she would at least theorize about it, because she's kind of on that cutting edge of magic, trying to push what is rational and what is not. You're not really sure. Being new to magic and everything, you're not quite certain.
Alright. That he's gonna use that novice ambition to kind of go, do you all realize that we're talking about the end of the world, a tear in the weave, and gods? Is there really anything that's truly impossible at this point?
I mean, if I had enough time, we could maybe sort something out. I don't know if we do. I think it would be helpful to make a list of things that we need to do in the time between now and what was it? 2 months from now is when.
A sandwich, you know?
Pardon?
A sandwich. A really big sandwich. There's 2 ways to get rid of it. Either one person has a lot of time to eat the sandwich, or a lot of people eat the sandwich. You see what I'm getting at here? You might not be able to solve it enough time, but I'm sure that we have mages and clerics all over the world that aren't doing anything, and they don't even know how close to the edge of the end of the world that we all are. So if you can't figure out the problem, if you can't eat the sandwich, then I need you to find some hungry people to help us eat the sandwich.
Do we?
Yes.
Do we know? Why?
No,
Because we need 14. And
No.
I can't think of a way to get 14. Can you?
Do we need 14 now? We just said the tower was a magical liney spot.
I think we only need 13. If we read
No.
each line, no?
No. It's.
The thing is... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I've been thinking, and as we talk, right? It's sure there are 13 chosen, but there's magic itself that's present. She's gonna turn and look at Frank and say, "You're chosen, but you're not really like the others, are you?"
Not like most of them. I would say.
Right. I understand. It's very specific. There's a list of entities, of deities that require chosen. If we don't have representatives from each, then the balance will be off.
That's the
And
kicker.
Ryil, I like your idea. I think... Come to Retford with me. Help me make a case before the council. We might be able to convince them to turn resources.
Consider it done. It may be possible to do it with 13, but we've already had a chance at this, and we missed. The first rhythm failed. And if we go into this half-cocked with 13, when we know that it requires 14, and a very specific 14, we can't recruit a new 14th, and we can't hope for the best with 13. We have to find a way to get the 14th back.
Or replaced, right? If we can somehow use influence, I think the gods are out of favors, if I'm honest. So we'll have to figure it out one way or another.
Okay, well, I'll come with you, and we'll make a case, and we won't leave until they give us what we need.
All right, that's one task down. Anything else that we need to accomplish before the end of the world?
We need to figure out where each of us is supposed to be.
Yes, that's true, we do.
We just pick a spot and go there? It sounds like Frank has to be at the tower.
Yeah. I would say it doesn't hurt as well to have 14 of those devices if we can get them, just in case.
Right. There was an organization I wasn't familiar with that I read about. Have any of you met the makers?
I have. Yeah, we've met them.
Hey, you just talked about that from your vision.
I did. Yeah, they were in the thing with Denver.
Orson here is a maker.
Orson is too.
Perhaps they can assist. I don't know what would be required to make that happen, but...
Orson, what would be required to make that happen?
He's been casually reading a book. I mean, he will peer over his glasses. I'll need to be in hard rest. My effects are there. I could use my shop, and it'll be close, but I can make it happen.
You need anything from us?
I could use an assistant.
We have to go to ley lines, though.
Yes, and in
is
time.
there one near there?
Yes. But, again... we can...
Well,
I can't make them in a night, if that's what you're expecting. That's impossible.
How long do the things that you make take to make?
Depends. Something of this magnitude, number, take about 6 weeks.
I've been curious about that, actually. I mean, like, how long does it take to make, like, one thing?
A singular
Yeah, like if you were
device?
just making a thing, like if I had a request for, I don't know, a weapon of some kind.
It depends on the weapon. Sometimes I can modify existing prototypes. Sometimes I can... I mean, it really just depends. Is there something that you had in mind?
Oh, I was just, in general, curious, that's all. In case we need something down the road, if we discover that there's a specific need in that particular area, just trying to dot all the I's and cross all the T's.
Well, I can make more things with more hands.
We do need to find, the location of the tower as soon as possible.
Up north, right?
Yeah, that should be easy enough. We can, if Ryil goes to Retford with me, we can. I mean, there's a plethora of libraries there and a temple to Azuth. We could ask about if there are any temples or towers or schools. That way, I mean, I'm sure we'll find something. But that should be easy enough to research. I mean, it might even be information that's available here in Belport.
Look, just tell me where to fucking go.
Well, I mean, it depends on where you want to go. Is there something that you want to learn or do? I mean, I'm here, but...
Everyone I used to know stabbed me in the back. And I just want to kill this fucker so I cannot be in jail anymore. And also maybe save the world.
Sorry, yes, hi. I might, I might have something that, Bootstrap, you and I could partner on. Stuart kind of nervously stands in the corner. I mean, I've been tracking the cult's movements. It might be beneficial to know what we're facing, wherever we end up. Recon of some kind. I was able to gather information minimally when I was with the Dennifer. He was disappointingly tight-lipped about certain details, but no mind. But it might be important for us to determine their number so we can make a plan. Are we sending Frank to a tower alone to face 5 angry guards, or are we dealing with an army?
Nah, fine. I'll take Superboy.
Well, I was going to say, if we have the time and it's possible, I can research where the tower is exactly. If there's any way to send anything to look at it or run through it real quick to see if there's other information within the tower ahead of time. I don't know how.
We could scry. If we know the location, we could absolutely scry.
Yep. I think that's a good idea. And I believe so far Bird is going to help build devices. Did I hear that correctly?
I can help.
Okay. I can research the tower.
All right. Anything? That is my contribution.
I'll go
Okay,
wherever
Orson.
I'm needed.
Let's go make stuff. You can show me how to do all the things.
What a delight. Let me look really quick at my notes. Linux will kind of look at all of you and determine your course of action. She's nodding in approval. I think this is a solid plan. Should get us what we need to do. A lot of this won't take too terribly long. I think once we're done picking up the pieces, it'll be time to begin. I already have some thoughts kind of spinning in my head about this, but it might... Listen, we're all here. Well, not all of us, but most of us are here. It might be worth... We'll probably be together again. But in the off chance that we're not, I would suggest that you say your goodbyes in the time frame that we have. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to say, but it was, and I will be removing myself because I feel uncomfortable, and she will move back into the jail away from the group, seeking out her coffee.
Ryil's just gonna take 4 arrows and snap the arrowheads off of them, and then take one of his extra pair of boots and like take the laces off and just make a quick charm with his arrowheads and just hand them off to first hand it to Bird, just in case I don't see you.
She's gonna just leap in for like a really tight hug.
He's gonna use his shifting to grow a little bit, so it's just like takes her up higher and gives her a big old hug, and then shrink back down and bring her down.
She'll hand you a little tiny rock with a spiraling shell fossil in it.
You see, like he's like putting it in like his valuables pouch. Stay safe till I get back.
You too.
And then he's gonna walk over to Bootstrap and hand him the arrowhead. He goes, it's something else for you to kill somebody with in a pinch.
Fucking serious.
No,
I've never
Ryil.
killed someone with a friendship bracelet before.
It's a friendship necklace.
That's just a real big bracelet.
We'll
I'll
kill
take
somebody
it.
with this one.
I take it.
I want to know the story behind that.
I think we all do.
You're fucking easy, isn't it?
He's gonna walk over to Elliott and give him like a firm like shake, and just hand him the arrowhead necklace and go, we're gonna grab drinks once we, save the world.
I might need your expertise once we're done, so you can count on it.
Good. Then he's gonna walk over to Frank and just yeah, you get one too. That's all he said.
I'm rather surprised. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just do what you can to take care of my people.
I'll do my best.
All right, Lennox. And then he walks after them.
Well, before, it gets more emotional in here, I obviously am the odd man out in this group, so I'll head to where I need to go. But Bird, I just want you to know you've done a lot in this world, and you've brought a lot of happiness, and no matter what, you should feel good about that. And just remember, you're more powerful than you know. And Bootstrap, maybe you should
Are you still fucking here?
take a chill pill every once in a while. See ya. And he'll head to go find information on the tower.
Bird would have absolutely gone up and like tried to hug him a little bit and slipped a small pebble in his pocket.
He'll just throw you a wink and head off.
Great. Elliott?
At the risk of sounding harsh and mean and brutal, Elliott does not have a strong connection with anyone. And so, like, he's waiting for others to say goodbye. And if so, he will respond in kind. But I mean, this is war. This is, you get your orders, you march out. You never know whether the time you saw somebody was the last, so you don't make connections. So there's there's a new emotional distance with Elliott now. That if anybody was like super perceptive or super insightful, could probably pick up on.
Only I was one of those things.
I'd like to imagine oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Bert's just gonna walk up and just kind of take his hand and hand him a small stone. I polished it so it shines. It's red jasper.
I will keep it and cherish it, and Elliott will hug.
She will absolutely squeeze tightly, for as long as like he will let the hug go on.
It's your hug as long as you'll let it, as long as you want it to.
We're in a battle till the death then, because she's not the first one to let go.
And I'm just like, all right. I'm gonna free you out of here. Just come on, let him out. All right, Lily. No dying.
Well, if I die, then you go back to jail, right?
Yeah, don't fucking remind me. I'm to kill the fucker who did it too.
Hey, listen, if you get into a fight while I'm not there, are you gonna be okay? I know there's been a couple times where
Oh, has there been a few times? Well, I've been saving everyone else's ass. And I've took a few fucking licks.
you know, all jokes aside, there's been a bunch of times you saved my ass, so thank you.
Of course. Yeah, man. Well, no need to fucking harp on it. You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. And with that moment, we're going to go ahead as everyone's breaking out onto their individual quests. We're going to go ahead and take a break. So chat, hang in there with us. We will be out for a bit. And when we come back, we're going to see if they can do what they set out to do. So hang in there, go get some water, and we'll see you soon. Hey, everybody. We left off. Our party was in the constable office in Bellport. And they are about to divide and conquer, each heading out in the direction, each on a quest to gather additional information before the conclusion. We are going to go ahead and start. First of all, I know there was a little bit of business left undone. Is there anything else you need to say in parting, or are we good to get into it?
For whoever's heading to I believe Red Hearth or Hard Rest. Got it backwards. I am going to give them a bundle of letters that have been written, and that's it. Just could you make sure that who's going to Hard Rest?
I am.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Bird. He's just gonna go. Could you make sure that these get to Lunette, and the letters are also wrapped up with bootlace and an arrowhead, the same list that he gave to the rest of the group.
How much fucking bootlace you got?
I had 2 spare boots.
I will give you back a small antique letter opener with a lace agate handle. I found this in some ruins once, buried under some dirt, but I washed it and it's very shiny. I think it's silver.
I like it. Thank you. And yeah, he's just gonna give another quick hug to Bird and then go off.
Okay,
Great.
quick if you say so.
He's just gonna start walking, a Bird still along. You gotta get off.
No, Bird, off him. Come on. Gonna put a hand on your shoulder and just kind of like pat it for a moment and like, all right, Bird, you gonna be all right?
Yeah, are you?
No, I'm just going with Soup Boy. I'm gonna eat well and watch some fuckers in the snow.
Well, I'm sending someone special with you. And she's gonna hand you Mr. Bun Bun. The deal is, though, you have to give him back.
He's gonna hold Mr. Bun Bun and he's gonna like stuff it in the other side of his jacket that Jocelyn's not in. I'll keep him safe. It's my thing, right? Keeping people safe. You just make sure you come back too.
I will. And she will hug him. For as long as he allows her.
It's gonna be a big hug.
A familiar resonance shivers through to your souls, and you feel a part of something greater. And you all depart.
Yeah,
setting
he's
out
gonna
on
put him
a
down.
little
All right, suit boy, come on. Scare you.
And you depart. We are going to go ahead and start with Bird. Bird, you head out with Orson to a familiar place. Hard Rest. The journey is unremarkable. Orson is not really a conversationalist. Go figure. As he travels with you, he does kind of open up a little bit and begins pointing out various minerals and items that can be used for making on the journey, particularly through the wind canyons outside of Hard Rest. He points out the mineral deposits that are helpful.
We will probably go a little slower through those canyons, as she will absolutely stop and like chisel away little bits of rock as he's telling her all the names of them.
Eventually, you will make it to the familiar town of Hard Rest, and it is as you remembered. And you don't have too much time, because Orson insists that if we're going to make the damn things, it's going to take some time. He will take you to his shop where he teaches you just some elementary glass blowing techniques in order to try and make these ciphers. There are intricate arcane rituals that he does in order to create this device. In order to assist, I'm going to go and have you roll an Arcana check. Do you have any
use
pluses?
my advantage.
I was going to say pluses
I
or
have
advantage. or
two pluses and then also an advantage.
There it is.
So
a 21.
there we go. Crit. She's
Perfect.
an incredibly quick learner, and he usually only has to explain things once.
He, with his dwarven knowledge and your small, quick hands, you're able to assist incredibly well. And though it takes time, like he said, around 6 weeks, you are able to complete the devices as needed. And he carefully packs them into a cart, waiting word on where to send them. Is there anything else you want to do in Hard Rest while you're here?
Deliver some letters.
Perfect. You head to the inn where Lunette awaits. She is, as you remember. Let me pull up. She's here somewhere. Where is she? She is busy attending to her bar. A quick smile as you walk in the door. She rushes to greet you. Oh, Bird! Oh my word! You're here! I can't believe it. Please come in. Sit down. Are the rest of them with you? And you'll see that she eagerly eyes the door.
No, but I did bring something.
Oh.
Ryil sent you a bunch of letters that he wanted me to give you.
Oh, well,
and she will pull out the stack of items that Ryil handed me. I think he was sad he couldn't come.
she'll look at the stack of letters and graciously accept them, just kind of holding them reverently in her hands, and a soft smile will cross her face. Thank you for bringing these. Do you know if... will you be going back? Will you see him again soon?
I hope so. But if I don't, you probably will.
She smiles, and as she does, there's a clatter from behind the bar in the kitchen, and out comes a young man around 15 years old, who kind of stumbles, eyes wide. You recognize him as Parrish, the member of the Gollywogs that Ryil had sent to Hardress for safety. Oh, Miss Lunette, I'm so sorry. I think I burned it again. I did what you said, and I kept an eye on the timer, but there was this really cool cloud outside, and I lost track of time. I think it'll probably still be okay. I don't know. You might want to check it though. And she'll kind of look at you, Bird, and roll her eyes. And say, could you wait a moment? I have something that I'd like to send, if that's all right, if you don't mind. She will head back behind the bar into the kitchen to manage whatever mess Parrish has managed to make. And when she comes back out, she'll kind of wave at you and actually head upstairs to her rooms.
What kind of cloud? I'm gonna ask Parrish.
Oh gosh, it was. You never see these kinds of things in Retford. Did you see how big the sky is here? It goes on forever. But there was this one, I swear, it looked like a platypus. I can't explain, like its little feet, and I swear it winked at me. I just know it did. And Lunette...
It could have been an air elemental.
A what?
Playing with you.
What the hell is that? I mean, I'm sorry. And he looks... I mean, what the heck is that? As Lynette comes down the stairs, in her hands is a small wooden box that she will hand to you and say, if you wouldn't mind getting this to him, it has some good news inside. I don't know. Do you think he'll like it?
I think it's beautiful. What's inside?
Oh, I wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. But I just hope that he enjoys it.
And I'll take that away, like very carefully in my bag. I will make sure he gets it.
Great. And you are able to pass the rest of your time as you await information from others. I'm going to go ahead and skip to Frank. Frank, you stayed in the city of Bellport, correct?
Yeah, just going to a local library, right?
Mm-hmm. You're able to find it easy enough. In fact, in the Upper District, there are several churches and places of learning. It's not the educational hub that Retford is, but it has enough resources that you'd be fine to find what you need. You're able to find a library and are allowed access. Go ahead and explain to me exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, so going to a library, and we have like an actual drawing of the tower, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I would have obviously taken that. I think first, if there's a librarian, he would show them the picture and ask if they've seen it in any books. If they haven't, he'll just grab every book related to towers as possible. Magic towers, big things, historical like landmarks, just all sorts to try to find this place. Maybe if it has a map section, scour over a couple maps to see if it's marked on any maps.
Right. Go ahead and roll me a history check, I guess, as you're kind of going through these books.
Okay. All right. I don't think I have anything special that can help me. Ooh. I spend a lot of time.
You do. You spend a lot of time in the library. You go back incessantly over a long period of time. You are going to be able to find this information. It's just going to take a long time for you to look for it. You scour through the different libraries, looking for towers. Eventually, there's a helpful librarian who asks if you know the purpose of the tower, to maybe try and narrow it down. He feels bad as you've come here day after day searching. And over time, you are able to find mention of a tower to Azuth, often referred to as Azuth's last tower. You find it in a book called The Glorious Vocation of the Mage, the 4th edition, where it lists out various places that mages can study and share their love for rational magic. And in it indicates that it's to the far north of Norfordia, practically at the top of the world. Long abandoned due to inclement weather and lack of funding, for lack of a better term.
Of course. The government never funds all the pretty buildings, especially out north. I will make sure to, of course, copy down everything and put the books back, but make sure I have it written down in my own notes, everything I find on it.
Great. We're gonna bounce over to Ryil. Ryil, you travel to Retford with Linux, who is particularly chatty. She talks about all of her different theories about, what would happen should the cult complete their plan, and what level of destruction it would bring on mankind, and if it's something that could ever be repaired. She suspects that it's not. As she just inundates you with arcane knowledge and all of the theories that she's had. She does.
Can I roll just to see how well I understand what she say?
It. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Really well. And in fact, when you first met, it's the same sort of demeanor where she would go on great diatribes of the way that magic works, but it's different now as you seem more invested, and she notices and actually takes time to explain the concepts, breaking them down if she feels like you're getting lost. And you're surprised to find that Linux has more patience than you realized. It's just only about this one thing. You make it to Retford, and she helps obtain a student's pass, so you're able to enter the academic quadrant of the city, and takes you to a beautiful building, the Vi Academy, the place where she studies magic. As you pass through the city, you walk past countless magic schools. Let me go ahead and pull this up because this was never relevant, and I get to share this now, and I'm excited about it. There's Govan, School of the Arcane, Letterary School of Magic. There are temples to nearly every god you can imagine. And just she references their statues of mages upon mages. There's Gilbert and Morello, Abassi, Remler, and she kind of gives you the information of the great magical influences they had on the world. It takes time, but Linux, using her stubborn nature, manages to get you audience with the Mage Council, the folks that head up the various different schools and hold sway with the Council of Retford. Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. I guess intimidation if you would like. But let's see how well you make your case.
Oof! I don't know why I try to persuade intimidation, but yeah, that's a one. So he's gonna start off very intimidated by all of this. He's interested in magic and being in this haven of magic, and it's very intimidating for him. So when it's his time to speak, he's just, we need help. The weave is damaged, and we need your help to fix it. We're the chosen, and there's supposed to be 14 of us, and there's only 13 of us because one of us was killed. And I think that with magic anything is possible. So I was wondering if you all might be able to help us with this problem.
You watch as the various council members, like as you begin to speak, kind of redirect their attention to various projects, begin murmuring, as you get the sense that they're not really listening. And once you said the weave is being destroyed, they kind of shrugged their shoulders, like, yeah, dude, we know. Like the Wenian wastes have been around for 20 years, like, there's nothing for it, you know. As you continue to speak, Lennox will stand there and watch, and you'll see that her growing frustration as the status quo remains intact. Do you have any sort of advantage or inspiration or anything?
I don't know.
Let's see. No, you do, Elliott. Elliott does. Let's see. Elliott has advantage.
Yeah, +2 for
plus
noir.
2 for noir.
Anybody want to hook me up with a reroll? I can get it on the second try. I believe in myself.
I just need one more go, man. Come on.
Come on, baby. Come on, give me this.
Go.
Give me that.
One more roll. All I need is to back up my feet. Come on.
Can I try something here?
Oh, there it is, a reroll.
Oh, I love you, Purple. Can I try something first before he goes to speak again?
What would you like to try?
He wants to take a moment to take in his audience and to see they're distracted by something. He wants to see if he can see what they're all distracted by.
Roll insight.
15?
You see a lot of them seem distracted by do you have the observant feat?
Yes, I do.
So you can read lips. Perfect.
Yep.
As you watch, you notice that a lot of them are discussing the military forces that have been sent to the border of Bros. They are concerned with an invasion, and they are concerned about the council in general. You see,
Okay.
the influence coming from Staley was to send forces south. However, once things came to light, once Lennox came before the council and made a case, the threat was greater to the north. They shifted, but there's still uncertainty as they're not really sure how this all works, and there's a lot of confusion and uncertainty around the actions. You see the word war thrown around a lot as they kind of brace themselves for the coming storm.
All right, so to that, he's just gonna start laughing, like almost maniacally. So, and he's gonna go, "Really, the smartest minds on arcane theories, their solution is to send soldiers. This is the best you have. You know that the weave is broken, and your idea to fix it is war. Smart, really."
They watch as the academics kind of ruffle their feathers, and there's more than a few that kind of stand and slam their hands on the tables, pointing fingers and angrily yelling about the complicated arithmetic and arcane knowledge that goes into studying the weave, and how once the weave is torn asunder, there is very little that can be done to replace it, as they kind of accost you from their high seats.
So you all benefit from having the greatest and most complicated arcane problem thrust on your lap and the opportunity to solve something that has never been solved ever, and your solution is to roll over and play dead like a kick puppy.
Linux is gonna lean over and kind of nudge you with an elbow. She's like, listen, this is my line of study, so there are people on it, but if you're gonna make a point and bring them back around, I suggest you do it soon.
He's gonna go, here's the point. The point is that did any of you consider that is going to take not only arcane knowledge, but perhaps divine as well? Did any of you consider that it might involve the spiritual realm as well? We have the solution, but there is a problem that you can solve. It's not a matter of fixing the weed. You can't do that. No living person can do that. But can you bring a soul back when there's just a bit of it left? When there's just a shell? That's the problem that you can solve. Find the problem that can be solved and solve it bit by bit. That's the way you eat something bigger than you can eat yourself. We have 13 chosen, and we know where they need to be. The problem is we need 14, and we know who that 14 was. Unfortunately, they have fallen, and I know the magic to recall dead souls exists. But this is going to be a particularly difficult soul to bring back. So solve the problem that can be solved and stop playing war. And now I'll roll.
Yes, do it.
I'm scared. 21.
As you berate these academics, who presenting them with a problem and questioning their real application of arcane theory, a couple of them kind of like kowtow, and you see Linux watching as you berate them, and she grins in approval as you continue your tirade. Eventually, they kind of murmur with each other and agree that perhaps this is a problem that they can assist with. They're not certain what kind of magic it would be or who would be capable of it, but they agree that this is something that they can put their minds to. And you have an agreement from them that they will instruct the researchers to begin and use every resource at their disposal to determine what this is. If this can prevent war, they're on board.
He's also going to pull out the broken cipher and go, this is the crux of the problem. Maybe this can help with the solution. We have to bring back Colin, the 14th. That's the only way we win this. And regardless of how you feel about the need to play at war, you can wage war with everyone under the sun. If this fails, we all die. That's the stakes.
There's some hemming and hawing on, well, I don't think we'd really die. It's just the wastes would be everywhere, and they kind of get caught up in their own academic theories. But the general consensus is that this is something that they are willing to help with. One of the wizards will come down, Pateri Sariola will descend down and take the shards from you and thank you for bringing this to their attention, and will begin to research. They ask that you stay within the city to assist as needed. As you leave the council chambers, Linux will, the second you're out the door, just laugh at just hard, like she has to stop and lean against the building, tears streaming down her face as she turns and looks at you, goes, I did the same thing. They're just a bunch of nerds. You could bully them into anything.
Eat a little. He's gonna like take a deep.
She laughs and kind of claps your shoulder and says, "I can't believe it. I mean, it worked. I knew it would work when I did it. I didn't think you could do it again. Like, it's just oof. Let's grab a drink." And she will lead you to the familiar Blue Velvet Inn, the place that you stayed previously. And they will sit and you will pass your days in Retford. Is there anything else you want to do while in the city?
Well, for our level up, all of our levels.
I've got that addressed later. So
never mind.
Never mind.
But he is gonna study a bit,
Okay.
as well. So when she's not calling on him, he's just in the library reading.
Great. You'll notice, like, as you kind of move from different library to library, there is one at Vi Academy that has suffered heavy fire damage. And there's several folks that are kind of putting that back together. And you're able, in time, and it does take time, the council summons you again and gives you the following information. Theoretically, it is possible to restore someone to the weave. However, it would require someone with an innate level of connection with the weave, unlike anything that they have ever seen. They would need to be an embodiment of the weave itself. The person who is separated would need to have some sort of connection to that person, and it would be like manifesting a severed limb, but like to an extent that they've not seen. They're not certain if such a magic user exists.
And like just a guy.
Anything else you want to do in Retford while you're here?
Nope. Yes, there is one last thing. I'm looking for any information on Quicksilver Quinn.
Yep. What's your passive investigation?
25.
Just say it.
Oh no, investigation 29.
Yeah.
And my passive perception is 25.
Yeah. So with your 29, you're familiar with the city and you're familiar with the low places. That's where you spent most of your time when you were here in Retford. And you set out to find Quicksilver Quinn. As you do that, you head out and begin to ask questions. It seems that, yes, there are people who knew Quicksilver Quinn, but it seems that she has vanished. Folks aren't really sure. There was a big kerfuffle. She seemed really distressed and then seemingly disappeared. Along with the matriarch, Belarus. The departure of them both didn't really seem correlated. However, it has left a power vacuum in the city, one that Tom Fogg has, with the poor boys, has filled, creating a new sense of stability within the guilds.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's all he's doing while he's here.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and kick us over to Soup Boy and Bootstrap.
Well, that's not his actual name, but...
Right. So I think, if I recall correctly, Dee has a network of folk that we might leverage. A very cranky man, Anthony. I suspect that we could ask him to use his connections to give us an idea or a number. I know that they've been tracking the cult's cipher movements. I think that's the best place to start. What do you think, Bootstrap?
To be perfectly honest, you're the brains here. You tell me what to do, and I'll do it. If it's stupid, I'll let you know.
All right. So perhaps we could find this Anthony to start. And he
Good
will...
idea.
Do you know where he might be?
Mucking out the stables or complaining about something. That seems to be his two MOs.
Great. You go ahead and roll me geography. Roll perception or investigation to try and find Anthony.
Okay. Let's give it a shot once this 3D dice stops rolling. 19.
Great. You check the stables. Yeah, you're unable to find him, but you do remember that he was a member of Genesis, and recall that perhaps that he's in the hideout that you visited initially. Oh, I forgot to change the music. Can I do this really quick? Yeah, we're gonna do this. Back to this. Back into the Genesis hideout, and you lead Stuart there. It's a familiar road, and I would like to think that Bootstrap can't help but reflect walking down the familiar darkened alleys with a group of strangers to a strange sewer full of children, and how that marked a new life for him.
It's true.
You arrive at the Genesis hideout, where there are a variety of youth. One, Stacy, is at the door and greets you with disdain. You're back. Who are you to see?
Anthony. Now you go and run off and let him go. No, huh?
Yeah, I'll get right on that. And she will turn and go to retrieve Anthony, who will come out as irritable as ever. Aye, right, what the fuck you want?
We're hunting down all those cult fuckers. We need to know their movements. Heard you had eyes on them.
Yep, if I can do. But listen, mate, I gotta tell you, I'm fucking done with this shit, right? I've been all up and down this country on every single fucking whim you have, with your fucking horses and your missing persons and your fucking bloody glass shit. And I gotta tell you,
I'm gonna jump in right here. Did I ask for your fucking sob story, or did I ask you where the cultists are?
fine, right? I'm just saying, mate, it's fucking bullshit. And he gestures for you to follow him into the hideout, where he will kind of break down a network of information. Right, yeah, see, here's the fucking deal. We've been tracking these, what are they called? Ciphers, some shit, right? Dumb glass things. Bright light, frost spells, whatever the fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've been storing them in cities, right? Popping them in certain places. I suspect, right, if you've... Listen, I'm not sure. Lily suspects it's like some sort of bomb, right? Kind of like what they had here in Bellport. You just put a bunch of ciphers in one place, set them off all at the same time. Cause a bit of a problem, right? You get it, you follow?
Yeah. Oh, I'm following.
Right. The thing is, the Gollywogs, they did some good work. Out of Retford, they were redirecting shipments. They were able to move some of the stores. That's Tom's folk, right? They were able to move some shit. So we actually have, I mean, working with the Gollywogs, we have a good store elsewhere. Might be helpful. Might not. Might be best to just keep the firearms out of the game. You know what I mean? If you wanting to know about the number of forces that you might be facing here, wherever the fuck you need to be, well, it just so happens, I think that there's an informant of some kind, a person of interest. I've been following some ne'er-do-wells, some Dirgewalk 15 folk. There's a couple that have been mucking about. There was supposed to be a meeting tonight at the docks. I try and remember. There's so fucking many of them, and they're all fucking the worst. Ah, shit.
There are 12 left.
All right, yeah, it's
Well,
fucking.
13. But one of them's
Right, it's fucking Oye something. Another is Aarakocra. Doesn't speak a lick of common. But him,
Oye, come va.
right, yeah, something like that, yeah. Him and there's some kind of arrangement out at the docks, right? We might be able to pop over there, get some more information on number of troops. So I guess cultists they might have, right? It seems that might be relevant to your interests if you're gonna be storming a castle and all that.
Yeah. Plus, I think Ryil needs some new feathers on his arrows.
Right, yeah, well, that's happening tonight, so.
Oh, good. Oh, little Anthony, you just made me very happy.
Yeah, right, well, keep it in your pants, mate. I'm not really interested, not my type.
All right, no gold for you.
Now, hold on a minute, I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm keeping it in my pants. I'm sorry.
As you're having this conversation, Lily and Billy, whose names rhyme delightfully, will come out from the inner sanctum of the hideout and see that you're here. Billy's eyes will light up in anticipation of, hi, were you able to find what you were... Do you know where Colin is?
Shit. He's gonna, like, cautiously reach in for Mr. Bun Bun at the moment's notice. Couldn't find him, unfortunately. Looking though, I know Ryil's trying to, fix him in the weavy parts.
Lily will put a comforting hand on Billy's arm. And Billy will just look absolutely gutted. It's my fault. It's my fault. This is all my fault.
Look. Oh, shit. Alright, I wanna fucking do this shit. Alright. Alright, look. It's not your fucking fault. Who the fuck chose anyone as his fucking god shit, right? Now you're supposed to fucking know. Right?
Anthony will kind of like look awkwardly and like at all of you and go, yeah, right. So like I say, we have some business to attend to. Not feeling central. This is making me uncomfortable.
Shit, you're uncomfortable enough.
And he'll kind of punch Billy's shoulder and say, right, he's fucking suck it up, mate. Colin's a right tough bastard. He'll be fine. And if not, right, we're gonna need some backup, I think. Can you pop down to Dee's, tell her that we need some help down at the docks? Might get a little, and he looks at you, Bootstrap, might get a little rowdy. I have a sinking suspicion that our muscly friend here isn't really snaky.
I am incredibly sneaky, actually. But you're right, it's gonna be very fun. You ever see anyone pluck a chicken while it's still alive?
That sounds right delightful. Might improve my mood.
Yeah? Now imagine that chicken was a full-grown person.
Stuart is watching this conversation in just abject horror. He is not comfortable. He doesn't like it. He suspects that he just is not a fan, but agrees to go with you on this journey. We're going to pause there for a second, and we're going to move back to Elliott. Elliott, you've been at the constable's office for some time. We're going to kind of play these out in tandem. Tell me, what have you been doing to pass the time?
So before Linux would have left, I would have asked them if they knew anything about, I don't know, killing a god.
I mean, It's possible. It's happened through history. I just don't understand why that's something you would want to do right now.
I'm just curious if you're a resource that I can lean on. I was like, when does it happen through history? Like, was it an easy thing or was it a hard thing or?
I mean, I don't mean to sound difficult, Elliot, but like what you're talking about is destroying something that created the fabric of reality itself, manifesting all creation. Yeah, it's gonna be a little difficult, my dude.
But possible.
Yes, possible. All things that live can die.
All right, thanks.
Elliot, are you all right? Again,
No.
this is rather disturbing. I know you've been kind of under the influence of chaos quite a bit lately, and I gotta be honest, killing God talk is rather concerning here in the moment where we are chosen of gods.
It's at this point I'd like to clarify that I definitely did this apart from everybody in a
Yeah.
private situation. Okay. Yeah, no, listen, I get that. And whatever's going on in my head isn't going to affect what we're doing now.
Okay. You just have a passing curiosity?
Everybody needs a hobby.
Right, so we'll just fix the balance and you'll fuck it up by killing some god or whatever, and everything will be fine. Great, thanks.
Well, we can talk about whether it'll break it or not when the time comes. I have questions. We'll get there.
Okay.
I think Ryil's waiting.
Yeah. Good luck, and hey, don't do anything crazy.
Okay.
Anything else while you're in Belport?
Yeah, two things. One, I would like to wait as long as possible before everything kind of resolves to do. And the other one is I'd love to have a conversation with Nyx and sit down and talk.
Okay. Let's handle the Nyx thing first. You've noticed that Stuart is here. Nyx is not. And Stuart actually kind of like doesn't really talk about it or mention it at all.
So what happened to Nyx?
She, right. She disappeared in the mirror in the sky, and that's it. We don't know where she is. I've recently taken up, and he will reach into his robe and pull out a sign of Sylvanas. I've recently converted, which has been an interesting experience, and trying to establish my own connection to the god of nature. A lot of dirt, outside. Anyways, trying to keep tabs or some understanding of where she is. When I attempt to scry, the magic gets all wonky and weird. I suspect that means that she's, unfortunately, somewhere in the wastes. But the spell does go through, which leads me to believe that she is alive, just busy with something.
Any reason to be concerned? I mean, we are currently trying to solve a situation of being one down. Is there a reason to think we might be two down?
Well, like I said, the spell continues to go through. I could show you if you'd like to see it for yourself. But she's alive, and I have every reason to believe that she's all right. Like I said, I've been praying religiously in an attempt to get more information. But as far as I know, she's doing her part. We just have to trust that she knows what that is.
Do I think... Does Elliott think that that he can contact Torm mentally? Or does it have to be spoken out loud? I can't remember if we established how I talked to him last time.
You wanna say a little prayer in your heart?
No, not a prayer at all. Just a question directed towards Torm. Is she okay, and does she need, or are they okay, and do they need help?
It would require some feeling. Just having the thought wouldn't work.
Okay. I will summon as much anger as I possibly can to drive emotion into the prayer.
Okay. Roll me a religion check.
I would love nothing more.
Hell yeah. Do the thing.
I have advantage from chat from earlier.
Do the thing.
That can definitely fix that 4. Yeah, it's better. 16.
16. With a 16, you reach out to your god, and with anger and hate in your heart, demand to know where Nyx is and if she's all right. You get, in return for your hate and anger, you get a sense of clarity and peace. A feeling that, that reassuring feeling that, you know, when you were on the battlefield and you'd look over and see a comrade as they dropped to foe and looked at you, and you could feel the tide of battle turning.
So an overall positive feeling. That's it. Then I wouldn't press any further.
Great. We're going to go ahead and resolve Bootstrap's thing as Billy comes into the constable's office. Again, we're kind of moving and shifting time around. But Billy will arrive and find you, Elliott, and say, hi, your angry friend Bootstrap, he's going to need some help at the docks. I guess there's some information they're trying to get on the cult or whatever.
I'm on my way, and I will head out to Bootstrap.
As you go to like pass through the door, Billy will kind of turn and like reach out a hand, like he wants to like stop you to ask you a question, and his hand will just barely touch your arm. You'll feel a slight buzz as he does that. Not nearly as resonant as any other chosen, but it's still there. I recall you were the one that like felt it initially as well. And
for the record, Kaka shared that with other people, so they know that too.
You felt, you know, but he'll drop his hand and say, sorry, you got stuff to attend to. And he'll turn and go back into
What do you need? Nope. What do you need?
I want to find him. And I know you guys can help me.
It's on the agenda.
Just whenever the time comes, I'd like to be there, is all.
You know there's a really solid chance he'll die if you come.
There's a really solid chance that he's already dead because of me. I can't live with that.
I know better than to try to talk you out of that particular emotion. So, sure.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Yeah, you should hurry.
You should practice with a weapon. A lot.
On it. You make your way to the docks. Antony and Bootstrap. Stuart has declined on attending, as this is not his speciality. But you are able to make it carefully to the docks. We're going to handle this a little non-traditionally. I need you both to make me stealth rolls.
Yeah. 21.
Woo!
23.
Awesome. You guys successfully sneak along the docks, and Anthony will like signal to you to like not engage until you're able to hear like everything that you are set to hear. You huddle down behind some crates, and time passes and passes and passes, and you're convinced that Anthony's just fucking with you when you hear the soft sounds of a lute and the crooning of someone singing an infernal. It doesn't sound great. As an Aarakocra strides out onto the dock. They shortly joined by a figure that comes in as a woman dressed in fine clothes, and as she stands there, she shifts and warps into the familiar doppelgangers that you guys have encountered before. They begin to speak. What languages do you guys know?
Common, Elvish, and Undercommon.
Common, thieves' cant, and undercommon.
Perfect. Just so happens they're speaking in Undercommon. Thank the gods. I panicked for a second. As they communicate the different plans, you're able to hear out the following information. Let me go ahead and get to there. Where is it? There it is. It's from what you gather, it sounds like the cult is gathering their forces to the north at the foot of Azuth's last tower. When they talk numbers, it's around 1,000. It's a good grip of people that they have moving and shifting, guarding this last position. They talk about the different ciphers and how they're trying to reroute the ones that they made in an emergency to the locations where Tom's folks had taken them from. You learn that they're Whitbury, is that correct? You learn that those places, and there's several places along the Norfordian frontier that aren't necessarily a part of the Weave destruction. They're more about creating ciphers because it's crunch time and Tom really fucked up some of their shit. As they continue to talk, they eventually move on to other things, talking about, what they're going to do when this is all over and how much better it will be once they're free of the rigid structure that exists, that there will be true equality for people. Let's see. And you are able to hear this out. Eventually they get to the end of their agreement and what they have to converse, and it's clear that they're stepping out and going about their business, disappearing back into the night.
If Elliott looks over, Bootstrap is fully inked and has a stupid fucking bird skull floating about him, like white knuckled on both his blades.
Hey, you! Can you fucking stop that? It's gonna be distracting, right?
I would really like to cut him right now.
Fucking don't! You can't fucking do that. There's a base that he knows about that we need to find.
I feel like I've heard people talk when their guts were being pulled on.
That's so fucking basic and elementary. Right, yeah? What you don't understand is he's an Aarakocra, right? Those fuckers will sooner bite their own fucking tongue off. And he will, trust me.
I'll take his fingers. Oh, he really likes to play that lute.
You, listen, mate, you wanna end it for real? We need him.
So we capture him.
Yeah, it's fine by me. But then you're gonna have to convince him to play along. Good luck after he's bit his tongue off.
Follow him to his base then. Then we cut him.
Right, his base in Adra? Is that what you're fucking talking about? We got time to just fuck off to Adra? Is that what you're saying? Thought you were on a time crunch with your chosen bullshit.
This isn't chosen shit. This is fun.
Then it's probably best to fucking wait on it then, right? I can't stop you, right? You can make bad decisions if you want.
You know what, Bootstrap? I have a thing that I'm going to do after we're done with this. That's for me. I've got a thing I'm going to do for Ryil. I can help you do this thing as well.
Don't need fucking help.
And again, I don't know if Anthony's been on board with the whole thing, but he is going to like turn his head and look at both of them in the eye.
If this was my one chance to debone that stupid fucking Kentucky Fried motherfucker, I will put you both on the list.
I'd love to see you try.
You think I'm the first fucking death list as I've been on? Huh? I ain't fucking afraid of you.
Hey,
no,
DM.
No, I'm not gonna kill you.
Yeah.
I have a question. Sizing the two of them up, who would win?
Roll me
Between
insight.
me and Anthony?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
the walking brick house of muscle,
Yeah.
or the teenager?
Yeah. 27.
A 27.
19
so
plus 8.
To be clear, Anthony is not a teenager.
Oh, that's right.
Anthony is in his mid-20s. And he is very, irritable. And often pops off at the mouth. But Elliott, you realize that he's exercising a high level of restraint. As he's talking and says, yeah, right, like he's the fucking first death list I've been on, I don't fucking give a shit. You believe him. There's a callousness to this. And then you remember that he has been working with the entire underground and criminal system for D, traveling all across Norfordia, leveraging multiple contacts. He's not just some kid. And you suspect that if he didn't take Bootstrap out, there'd be an army of people willing to do it for him.
So he'd have to go cry to his friends.
Bootstrap does not know any of this.
I know. Well, I know this is a smaller person than me, which is kind of how he judges things. Compressible versus non-compressible, or future compressible.
Thank you for the info, DM. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Right, so if we've got our murderous impulses under hand, it's best to get this information back, right, to D, so she can fucking do whatever the fuck D does with anything. Make it right.
I'll de-white knuckle and de-ink as the all floods out onto the floor briefly, bubbling
Right.
away.
He's Mr. McDuck guy's got his weird fucking whatever.
You got something fucking say?
No, nothing to say to you, mate. Nothing to
That's what I
say to
fucking
you.
That's what I fucking thought.
No, it's strange that you had a thought. Didn't think it could fit in that tiny head of yours. And he'll turn and walk away.
You know how many fucking swords I could fit in your head?
At
Fucking
least
vacuous
6.
gosh dang space.
You lack
I'll make it
imagination.
I'm gonna go fuck his mum.
Elliot legitimately laughs out loud.
That's what you do. That's what you do, Lily. Someone tells you off and walks away like that, you go and fuck her mum. No matter who it is, can't take him seriously anymore.
Oh, very
Bootstrap,
good.
have you considered that his mom's dead?
Roll me a history check, Bootstrap.
I am familiar. Wait, is this to remember that all of these kids are orphans?
Typically, members of Genesis were orphaned by the horrific
Yeah, I will. I'm
earthquake.
going. I'm going to look at Elliot and say, "Do you think that would fucking matter?"
You know, Bootstrap, I had hoped it wouldn't, but I see now that it doesn't.
We got time magic.
I'm suddenly very concerned.
All
Ask
right.
yourself, you better be.
Elliot, I believe there was one last thing that you wish to accomplish.
Yes. So we just came from the Denver situation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In the top of the mirror tower
Mirror
thing.
in the sky. Mm-hmm.
I have a very important question for you, DM.
Hit me with it.
Is that room/area on the same plane of existence as me right now?
How would Elliot determine that?
Well, Elliot would determine that by doing the thing that he would like to do if it is the same plane of existence. I would like to summon the sword that I've never unbonded with back to my hand. That the maker was turning into a magical item.
Yeah, go for it.
Does it come to my hand?
There's like a delay, but it does. And attached to it is a note.
Okay.
Tied in fine string and paper in a messy handwriting. It says, "Patience is a virtue. Went ahead and silvered it for you too. Henson."
So I have a silver sword now?
You have a magic silvered sword, yeah.
Cool.
Great. Utilizing various magics and other information. Again, I'm not going to make you guys work for coordinating. You've got literally the entire Wizards Council trying to figure out how to return somebody to the weave. You can manage a couple message spells. You're able to communicate all of this information back to each other. Frank, will you roll me an insight check, please? Or religion, whichever's higher.
Oh, let's see. Okay, got it.
Perfect. That is a 21 in religion. You've been spending a lot of time trying to figure out where this tower is. And you've been spending a lot of time reflecting, right? Like, this has been an exercise of redemption a little bit.
Of course.
And as you've been doing this, something that's reflected, something that's in the way of Frank is he gets snippets of reality around him, right? It's you get lost in the magic of the weave and the events happening. So you get snippets, little visions of your various comrades about the business. And the prophecy is the thing that plays over and over in your mind. With a 21, there's something that, as you hear it over and over again, there's something about the prophecy that stands out to you. There are only 5. There are 14 chosen, right? But in this prophecy, 5 are named. The Wish, the Vengeful, the Just, the Herald, and the Bard. And that seems clearly that's intentional, right? It's what makes these 5 so special. And as you, again, with a 21, and as you kind of mull this over, and as you think through, you realize this entire time, your visions have been focused around this party. The songs that you've sung and the moments that you've had have been with this party. The ultimate question that remains is, where do people need to be? Frank, you get the sense that wherever you are, they need to be too.
Okay. Can I guess who is who and see if I get it correctly the first try?
I would love that.
All right. Well, the Wish, of course, is Bird. The Vengeful is, of course, Bootstrap. The just, which I believe is the hardest one to place, is Elliott. The harrowed would be Ryil, and I'm obviously the bard.
Close.
I might have two of those mixed up.
You do.
Hmm.
You lost the 50-50.
Regardless,
I know.
regardless, you know that, like, again, you get that sense that all of this time you've been brought together and for a reason. And you know where you need to be.
Mm-hmm.
Linux schedules a Zoom call, essentially. Utilizing the sending stone and various forms of message. Ryil, you and her sit in a communication chamber in one of the schools of magic. It's common for folks to need to speak with multiple agents. I'm the GM and I can do what I want. So you're able to, like, share the information that you've obtained with each other. Go for it.
So I could just contact any one of them?
Yep.
I think the first thing he would do is he would ping Bird just to see how Bird's doing. Yeah, that's where the heart is. So you just Bird? Bird?
Hi, Ryil. Over.
Ah! Oh, how are you? Are you okay? Are you well?
Yes, I'm making all the things. I'm learning a whole lot, and also I have a special present for you from Lynette. Right? Is that what's her name?
That's her name.
Okay.
I'm also learning a bunch. I'm with a bunch of wizards. They're gonna help us. So, and it's possible for us to bring Colin back. We just
I knew
need.
it was.
Well, here's the exciting thing. We need someone who has a attachment to the weave like no other. Someone born of the weave.
Like me.
Yeah. I think you're gonna be the one to be able to bring back the 14th.
Do you know what I need to do?
Still working on the particulars of that. So far it's a theory, and dealing with these academics has been exhausting. But once we have the particulars down, I'm gonna let you know. And let's say we practice together a few times. Huh? Okay.
I've been also practicing new spells. Well, I've been making these weird box things.
I've been working on a few new spells too. I'm trying to figure out how to help us all breathe underwater, but so far I can only breathe tea. I think I messed up somewhere. We'll figure it out.
This is good because now you can eat tea, but if you swallow it down the wrong pipe, it won't be a problem, and you won't embarrass yourself.
Nothing
at
even
very
happens.
Quiet tea party.
Yeah, it's great. Not quite what we're looking for though. But you know what? I just want to check it. Could you tell her that I said hi? And that I hope to be back soon.
I'll tell her.
Okay, you take care of yourself.
You too.
Okay.
Over.
And after that, he's just gonna like pretty much give everybody else the fast version of it, which is talk to wizards. It's possible we need somebody attached to the weave.
This FaceTime spell, is it always just like the appropriate distance, or can Bootstrap be the old man who doesn't understand magic and just has it right up into his face? Like,
I don't know if he can be like right up in his face, but what you can do is he's just talking entirely too loud. Bootstrap gets the impression that he has to yell to Retford.
Oh my God. And it's in his head, so he can't turn it down. Like, Bootstrap.
Yeah.
Oh God.
What are you trying to say?
You're loud. Oh.
I'm loud. I'm talking to you. I thought I had to talk real loud.
No, it's in your mind, so just think quiet.
Think quiet. You fucking let me. How are you gonna hear if I'm thinking it?
Look, it's possible to bring the 14th back. Okay, we can save the world.
Oh, fuck off.
No, well, yeah, well, Bird's gonna save the world. He just hangs up.
Well, good. She deserves to.
And he does that for each one of them. Like, I'd like to imagine they all have their little particulars about this message. Like, some people are too quiet, some people are too loud. But ultimately,
I would like to think that Elliott's just on mute the whole time.
Are you not saying? I just told you we can save the world, Elliott. Elliott, did the spell work? Linux, you told me the spell worked. And yeah, that's pretty much all he's doing. Do we know the particulars, or are we still working on that? Because
they've given you what they know, right? Someone with an intense connection, with someone able to restore. The way that they describe it is if something has been cut from the form, right? So it would need to be some kind of magics that could restore something that had been amputated or removed, right?
Okay, so I would there's one other person I'd like to call. That's Colin's partner,
Billy.
I'd like to call Billy, and gotta play this one careful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hi, this is Ryil. We met. You might know me from previous adventures of getting trapped in an alternate dimension and not knowing what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I remember you. I remember. Hi.
I'm gonna need you to meet us soon. Did we ever come up with the location where we're all gonna meet back up?
That's something that does need to be addressed as you are all able to communicate with one another. Frank knowing the location, Bootstrap and Elliott knowing the number of forces that will need to be surmounted.
Okay, you're gonna meet us at Hard Rest. I have no ulterior motives for this. You're gonna meet me at Hard Rest. There is a chance, and I need you to be reasonable, but there's a chance that we can restore Colin, and we're gonna need every connection that he had to this plane, and I can't think of any stronger connection.
I'm there. I'm done. I'm there.
Meet me in Hard Rest. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Great. For the sake of expediency, I'm gonna burn us through some various items because turns out you guys have a big squadron of folks at your disposal to make this happen. Nice part about having a bunch of chosen. As you relay the information back and forth, different folks step up to take different tasks, working together in concert to make this happen. As you share the number of forces that are going to be present from the Cult of Snarl, Kaz is like, "All right, I can take that one," and she will coordinate with the military. It's directly giving them the coordinates of the tower and saying that they will need military support. She is able to secure a regiment of cavalry that will be there on the date that you've requested. With a potential backup, there is concern. It seems like Bros is moving to invade soon, so they are hesitant to send too many forces. She will share with the group, "I'm sorry that it's not a bit more, but it is what it is. I'm actually grateful that Love gave me the time of day. Right, so I did my part. I served my purpose. Great, so I can just... can I pop off now? Probably not.
No.
Right.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Yeah, as you continue, Linux will talk to you, Frank, as you're able to share the understanding that these 4 need to be with you at the end. Oh, nope, yep, nope, that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. And I've been thinking about it. I think they're the answer. I think they're the answer to everything.
So that means I don't have to be here this time, right?
Oh, no, you definitely need to be there. No, you
just kidding.
You definitely,
Terrible joke. Bad joke.
Definitely need to be there. I cannot stress how essential it is that you be there. Right.
Yeah.
No, my point being, you mentioned something about how they brought us all together, right? I think that's the secret. I think that's it. We need to be where there are critical points where we met. I think that's where we need to be. I think I need to be in Hawkins Keep. I think Maria needs to be in Hard Rest. I think if we channel folks to where they need to be along the different lines, if we go back to the beginning, to where it all started for each of us. It's just a theory. I could be wrong.
I mean, it's better than what we had before. Is there any way you can plot that out and send us a copy over magical fax or something?
What's a fax?
Oh, it's just an invention I had an idea for, but I haven't worked it out. Never mind.
Sounds stupid.
Oh, very good.
It's just to say, I perform better if I can read it on paper.
Right. Great. And yeah, so I don't have the list currently, but actually this would be a great exercise because I still feel like there are questions here. One last question. So let's have a fun exercise, gang. Let's go through the chosen, who they are, and where they should be.
Should put it in a song.
If you want.
There's Bird with the zoo, and Elliott with Torn, and Ryil with Tear, and Bootstrap with Helm, and Sarah's the Mister, and Colin with Immoder, except he got ganked, and then he got cut off from the weed, and we got a little sad, but it'll be okay. Also, there's D with Lathander, and Nyx with Sylvanas, and Faldry with Savras, and Maria with Shantae, which is not like the appetizer plate full of cheese, but it sounds real similar. And there's Linux with Ogma, and there's Morella with Kalimvor, except Kalimvor doesn't really fit in a song, and he's got a death, so it's like, all right, cool. And there's Cass with Tempest, and there's maybe someone else with Malil, except we kind of already know it's Chauncey because audience perspective.
That's a great question.
Woo!
Do you know that it's jealousy?
Well, no, unless anyone talked to Nyx.
No.
No, she's busy doing
Like-
something in the waste.
Can't you do like a face? Oh, magic's fucky there. Oh, you magic fuck. Anyone fucking write a letter? We got some of the fucking biggest and brainiest folks here. No one thought to fucking write a letter.
I mean, I can write, of course.
Can you?
Yes,
It's hard.
I've been around for fucking a long time. I learned how to write.
What? You don't need to fucking rub it in.
I simply wasn't. I was saying I've been around so long. What else is there to do?
And you fucking learned how to write. Good for you.
I mean, I could teach you, Bootstrap.
I already fucking know how to write. more important words anyway.
That's good. That's a good start. You have to start somewhere. Now, do you want to keep the anger, or would you like me to write it for you?
You think I'm angry at you?
I think you're angry at everything.
No. I don't give a shit.
You
That's a
know,
secret.
I really don't want to get into the mind of Bootstrap, but I feel anger is definitely not a way to show you don't care.
So you just flapped your lips a whole bunch. And I didn't really care, so I stopped listening. Now we're gonna find out where Nyx is or not.
I guess I'll write a letter and hope we know how to send it and where to send it.
Right. Turns
I
out,
could probably talk to a bird and get it to send one, like a crow or something.
that might work because the postal service in the wastes is horrible. They lose packages all the time.
Especially
In
because
that-
they're all dead.
There's no postal service in the wastes.
Well, I mean, if they would freaking let me, get some funding for my invention, it would be a lot easier.
The fax machine is stupid and you should feel bad.
It would solve this issue.
You'd need two of them, wouldn't you?
How do you know so
You
much
could
about the fax
probably-
machine?
You could probably do like sending stones attached to like quills.
Exactly.
That have like ink,
Why not just carry one of
Running
your
to
rock
the-
things on a
Bird,
pigeon or
no,
something?
Bird, that's actually really smart. What if we tried sending a sending stone into the wastes? The magic there is a lot more stable than like a communication spell because it's actually anchored to an item. It might be able to cut through.
I could talk to an animal and see. In fact, if you guys want, I could just go there. I've been there before, so if I sleep tonight, I can wake up and go there just via the plants.
I'm gonna GM cut in here really quick. You're helping Orson. It's gonna take a full 6 weeks of your
Okay.
assistance to like make all the things that you need to make. We're kind of doing this, not necessarily chronologically and updating folks. So if you leave,
I will find an animal that is capable of flight and also capable of carrying this stone while flying, and ask it to send.
Are we going to
a
ask the
sending
average
stone.
land speed of an unladen swallow?
African or
you
There we
European?
go.
Oh, European, most likely. It's a traditional fantasy setting.
You won't need to. Lady Arista is heavily into falconry, turns out. And there will be a owlry. Isn't that what it's called? I can't remember.
Ori, yeah.
Yep.
A-U-R,
on
English pronounce it.
That is the little structure that the falcons and owls are put in is just overly ornate. A remnant from the previous baron who had a taste for the just garish, awful things. But Bird, you are able to find a falcon, swift and loyal, and you deliver your sending stone to it with instructions to go into the waste and find Nyx. Is there anything you want to do with said sending stone before you send it out? This is kind of a big deal.
Make sure that I have a matching sending stone attuned to it.
The only one that, well, actually, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check to see. Orson can maybe make another one, so you don't have to give yours up. With a high enough assistant
general
check.
goods stores.
It would have to be attuned to your system. And to be fair, a painting of a god gave you yours, so it's kind of like a custom order.
An Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
If we're still on the call, I will help you and tell you to paint a nice face on it.
Okay. I'm trying to think narratively how this would make sense, because Orson would hear that. Nope, that's exactly what it is. You would cut through and say, paint a nice face on it. And Orson would glare at the sending stone and say, that's not how it fucking works, as he like redoubles his efforts to try and like make a sending stone. However, unfortunately, Bird,
Right.
given like how much effort and time, he's just not able to, even with your assistance, he is not able to sync the magic together. You will have to give up your sending stone, the one that you have, in order to make this work.
Okay. I'm just gonna let everyone. I'm sending my stone into the wastes. There's a very nice falcon here that I chatted with for a long time, and he's gonna take it into the wastes. So I won't be able to really talk for a little while.
I do have another idea, and GM.
Yeah.
Would you say that Bird and I have a particularly unique connection?
I would say that, yes.
If we both thought really hard, could we maybe hear or at least know what the other one was doing?
Like with the individual, or like you're trying to, like you and Bird knowing each other kind of a deal?
Yeah, so like she's sending her sending stone away, so as a backup, would I be able to tell her to think really hard and she'll know where I am, or something similar to that?
I'll do you one better.
I gave everyone items.
Yes. But I will do you one better. Frank, you are a manifestation of the weave itself. And you know that Bird is a manifestation of the weave itself. And while the weave is fucky in the wastes, it does still exist. And while it could be dangerous, you could, theoretically, use your connection to the weave to reach out and try to find another soul with which you resonate. It would require both of you working in tandem together to try and determine if there's another chosen in the wastes. You had visions, and you know that this is possible because you had visions of them when they were in the wastes before.
Okay. Yeah. While this is all going on, I'll explain that to Bird and just say, close your eyes and together focus on, like I told you back at the camp where you saved me, focus on the weave and see if we can do this together.
Okay.
All right, homies. That's just a D20, please.
Six for me.
Mm-hmm.
Crit.
You focus really hard on reality around you. The threads of the weave glowing in beautiful golden lines slowly taking shape before your eyes. Frank, you reach out to kind of grab the thread that you know connects you to Bird, and you try to find the one that connects you to like the other chosen, but you struggle to find it. However, Bird, given your proximity to the wastes and your natural demeanor, as you reach out to touch the thread, you feel connected to Frank, and it is immediate. You pour yourself and your soul consciousness into the weave, and because you rolled a crit, you are able to follow a thread, one that you know to be a chosen, into the wastes. Both of your minds kind of erased along this line, covering over the weird twisted grounds where plants grow in strange shapes and life doesn't seem to thrive. You travel south further and further and further until you get a vision of a tiefling woman sitting at a camp. Nearby, there is a beautiful wolf who lays patiently watching her as she works. She seems to be building some kind of altar where she is, constructing it, and glancing over her shoulder as she does. You recognize this woman as Nyx, with her companion Buck. You aren't able to communicate over the line, but Bird, you get the sense as you get closer and you see her and you see that she's all right, you see another thread from her arcing out into the waist in the direction that she keeps looking. Would you like to follow it?
Absolutely. I'm curious. I will see that and immediately follow.
Great. Roll me a whiz save, please. Brilliant.
25.
You kind of leave Frank behind with Nyx and arc on this thread as it darts deeper into the wastes. And you follow it down and through to a cavern where you hear strange singing. Singing is a strong term. It's almost like hymning and hawing strung together over a loose melody. And as you come to the mouth of a cave, you see a staff with a skull affixed to the top, leaning on the entrance as the thread goes deeper in. And you hear a familiar voice, one that you haven't heard in some time. And out from the cave emerges none other than Jealousy. And in his hand, he is carrying minerals. Many varieties, happily humming to himself as he tucks them into his bag, grabs Henry from his place on the wall, and heads back to Nyx.
Okay. I know that I'm pure consciousness right now.
Mm-hmm.
But is there any way I can follow that thread back to Frank and just kind of like reach out and touch his thread and kind of impart that knowledge that I just saw?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're going to return back to your bodies, and you will still have your sending stone and the ultimate FaceTime spell of FaceTimingness. But yeah, with a 25 wisdom, with a 25 wisdom save, you're able to like navigate back. You're a natural. You're able to navigate back to where you need to be and impart that, in fact, whatever Nyx is doing, she's not doing it alone.
Okay. After we exit this state, I will just let everyone else know over the sending stones that I found Nyx and Jealousy.
Fantastic. Unless there's anything else that you guys want to do, I guess you can articulate the plan to me, and we can kind of do that, and then I suggest we take a short break as we move into the final act of the night. What's the plan, guys?
Right, so Team Kickass is going to go break into the tower of a zoo with, Frank, who can also be involved in Team Kickass, I guess, if he wants. We have an opening. But we also need to heal Colin first.
Yeah, so I think we're going to meet at Hard Rest.
Wait. Meet at Hard Rest so Ryil can get his thing on.
No, it's because that's where Bird is already. So
okay, all right. Anyway, so we get a night anyway. Try and find / heal Colin. Then Team Badass goes to the tower while we send everyone else to the points where they first kind of felt out their powers. So Frank is with us, so that means D is probably in Bellport. Nyx would be wherever Nyx got their first inclination. I don't think we explored that. Valdry should know as well. Maria is in hard rest. Linux would be in Retford. But
Would Linux be in Retford?
well, wherever they're from, which is that town, right?
Here's the question. Do we have to know the specific place, or if we relay that information to them and say, this is where you need to go?
I'll make it easy for you. They're gonna remember when they met you all because that was the life.
Oh, the wall.
That was the day that their lives completely turned
Yep.
upside down. It's
Gotcha.
burned into their memories.
The wall.
Linux was the wall, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they're at the wall. Morella is going to be in Retford then.
Mhm.
Kaz is going to be in Whitbury then. And Jealousy will be in the Waste. He's already there, so he's set.
Mhm. Brilliant. With the
Bangarang.
plans, Bangarang. With the plan to meet in hard rest, leading up to the final stand, I'm gonna Linux again, leveraging hard her musical and magical connections to get the resources that are needed. Dee's also using her connections. Maria, being the heir of a baroness, is able to pull strings. It's all hands on deck. Everyone trying to like research and do what they can to make this plan come together. Let's see. Let me run through the list really quickly to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Yeah, Valdry will, he heads to Retford to kind of get more recon on if there's any threats. He seems hell-bent on finding Staley, though he suspects that Staley is at the Tower of the Zooth. Dee continues, her main concern is these ciphers and these stores. She sends her agents out to try and infiltrate, see if they can't destroy or remove or make it so the cultist has a harder time with their magic bombs. Tom also returns to Retford to face his brother John and see what he can make of it. Maria is in hard rest. She will accompany whoever wants to go by road. She gets magic sick. Teleportation isn't really her thing. As she returns home to make sense there. Kaz, who the second that she determined that General Love would be willing to send troops, got a horse and headed north to return to her unit. To try and lend aid to that and help. She, understanding that there might be other villages that have been ravaged, to attempt to help with that, and be all with the understanding that on a certain date they needed to be where they were when they first encountered the party. And it's efficient. It's people coming together, putting their lives on hold, and the hopes that their lives could continue should they do what they need to. There's a general sense of kind of not fear and not optimism, but acceptance that this is what we can do, and so we have to. And there's a camaraderie that forms as you have passing conversations with each of them. You begin to learn their different quirks and recognize that these are people plucked out of their lives, seemingly for no reason. But luckily it was them. Luckily it was them. And you reunite in Redford. Or not Redford. Hard rest. Each coming to a place that some of you hope to call home. Bird, by now, it does kind of feel like home. The local kids who play in the town square recognize you and are familiar with your games and antics and are happy to see you. You make your way to the inn. where Lunette sets you up just as she has always before. When Ryil walks in, she blushes to high heaven and kind of takes her time, hiding a little bit, uncertain of how much she should say or interact. What is it that you guys hope to do here?
I'm just gonna.
I think
We know what you're gonna do. Don't worry.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is all very professional.
I know what I'm
Just-
talking about.
We're
Yeah, I
trying
know what
to
you're
save-
talking about.
Clinical. Wow. I guess.
No, we're just trying to save the world right now. That's number one priority here.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Is that what you call it? Is that what the word for it is these days?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Save her world.
As you were, the GM.
I mean, this is up to you guys.
so. Our main goal is to restore Colin.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we know what we need to do?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What do we need to do?
So, Ryil's gonna nod to Lynette and just make his way over to Bird real quick. Bird, would you happen to know of any spells that could restore a limb?
Yes. I said I'd been practicing. And there was a lizard out on the rocks in the canyons near here. And there was some falling rocks, and it fell, and its leg fell off. It got crushed under the rock, and I had to try and pull him out from the rock. And I was able to concentrate really hard, and I could see where the magic was to get the leg to regrow.
Okay, well that's good. I believe that's exactly the kind of magic that we're going to need. And you're exactly the kind of person that we need to cast this exact kind of magic. So it's all working out. GM, do I know, does she have to cast it on like where are we casting this? Like
You'll need to cast it on Colin.
There you go. Fuck yeah.
All we need to do is we just need to get Colin, which shouldn't be too terribly difficult.
I mean, if I was them, I'd keep them holed up with the most forces I could. Which is, of course, going to be right in front of the fucking tower we need to go to anyway.
Yeah, well, now we know that when we find him, which we will, we know what we need to cast and who needs to cast it. Is there a spell shop or anything near here, or is there any chance that before he left he could have gone to buy a scroll?
There's magic shops in Hardrest. You would have had better options in Retford. I'm happy to let you retcon. And like, here's the thing: you've got 2 months. I'm not going to be a stickler about this. Like, this whole stage has been planning and getting the shit that you need to have to be ready.
Okay, that he would have looked for a very particular spell.
What spell is that?
He is looking for a locate person and divination, I believe is the one scrying.
Okay. Great. Go ahead. Here's the thing, gang. I give you a lot of like crystals and gems worth monies. So I know you have a whole bunch. We're good. We're good.
So yeah, he would attempt to scry from the scroll you would attempt to scry Colin.
Okay. Are you just doing this in the hotel or in the tavern, rather?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and drop the details of the spell for me.
Will do there, Chief. Where are you scrying? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Sorry, I gotta find it. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Let's see.
As we get very intense and quiet.
I know, right?
Sorry, you mentioned gems, and now I'm thinking about how Bird has not been turning those in for money this whole time, and how incredible her rock collection must be right now.
Oh, amazing. You've got like 50 black jaspers. You got so much shit.
Got so many gems.
Dude, sorry. My D&D Beyond went kaput.
You're
on
fine.
me.
Let me look up scrying.
Mm-hmm.
D&D 5e. We got this. We got this.
Blah. Excuse me.
Okay. On the same plane. Okay. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified how well you know the target. Here's a question.
Yes.
Did you bring Billy with you?
Yes. He was part of the mission. Here we go.
Okay.
And, oh, come on.
Great. So it's a wisdom save by Colin. But if you have certain items, it could help with the scrying. It just so happens that Billy has on his person something that could assist. Do you let Billy know that this is something you're attempting to do?
Yes.
And I would absolutely, since I was the one that gave it back to Billy in the first place, I would go find him and be like, Billy, we need Colin's number.
Awesome. He will, without a hesitation, hand out the small blade, Colin's number to you, Ryil, giving you a better opportunity. Let me pull up a stat block real quick. What's the DC?
My DC is DC 17.
All right. You release this spell. Let me just take care of something real quick.
Oh, but I haven't upgraded it for the stuff that we have.
Upgraded.
The modifier changes. Like if I have heard of the target, they get plus 5. But if
the minuses, I checked it out. We're good.
Oh, okay.
I have accounted for them.
Dope.
Let's see. Let me find what I'm looking for. Stand by, because this is really cool and I wasn't anticipating it. And I should have. Let's see, where is he?
If you thought we were just going to give up on Colin, you were wrong.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Never surrender.
Let me. All right, there he is. Okay. Go ahead, do me a favor. Will you just read out loud how the scrying spell works? Like,
you can see and hear a particular creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical connection you have to it. If a target knows you're casting the spell, it can fail the saving throw voluntarily if it wants to be observed. On a successful save, the target isn't affected and you can't use the spell again for 24 hours. On a failed save, the spell creates an invisible sensor within 10 feet of the target. You can see and hear through the sensor as if you were there. The sensors move with the target remaining 10 feet within 10 feet of it during the duration. A creature that can see an invisible object sees the sensor as a luminous orb about the size of your fist. Instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you have seen before as the target of the spell. When you do, the sensor appears at that location. It doesn't move.
Great. So you take this scroll and you set about to scrying. You send the magics out, focusing on Colin's number in your hand. And the magic takes hold. You are in this orb behind. You see like the back of Colin's head. He seems to be ascending a staircase. There's this strange bluish blackish glow around him as he climbs the stairs. His face is cold, impassive. There is no spark in it. He looks like Colin, but at the same time, he doesn't look like Colin. He climbs the steps slowly, methodically, robotically, eventually reaching the top and striding out into a massive round chamber. He's surrounded by black and purple and blue crystals. It's a familiar sight. It reminds you of the cavern where you last saw him, but it's different. His footsteps echo across gray tiling, and in front of him is an altar glowing a humming blue. And there's a figure with its back turned. As Colin approaches, he stops short and waits. The figure in front of him stands still and says nothing. And then, in a voice soft and almost comforting, you hear Richard Staley say, "They'll be here soon." But they'll be too late. Have you brought in the others? And Colin will respond with a nod that he knows that Staley can feel and doesn't need to see. He doesn't say anything. And Staley will nod and turn. In this strange bluish light, you see it glow and flicker off of his many scars on his face, now brighter and more vibrant somehow, even though they're dark and black. You know what it is to love, don't you, Colin? And again, Colin will nod. And you know what it is to lose. Staley will move across the gap, getting right into Colin's face, looking him directly in the eye with an assuredness, a calmness that is unnerving. If you could change that, if you could hurt the ones who took everything from you, if you could liberate it so no one ever has to endure this pain again, wouldn't you do it? Colin doesn't really respond. And Staley looks out of some nearby windows that glow red. They gave us up. They abandoned us. We showed up. We followed their plan and they let us down. They took her from me. They took everything when I gave everything willingly. The weave is a prison, one that we must be removed from if we are to survive. He turns back to the altar behind him. It will happen soon, and they will arrive, but they will be too late. And when that time comes, he turns and looks at Colin, and then looks up directly into the orb in which, Ryil, you are seeing and hearing all of this. I will be waiting.
I'd like to imagine, like, as he heard stuff, he was saying it, just so everybody is kind of caught up. And
It would just be scowling, listening to it.
okay, so Staley knows we're coming. That's good.
It is.
Apparently we're gonna be too late, and the weave is a prison that we all need to be freed from. So that's also good.
Bullshit.
That's what I like to think.
His face is a prison.
You tell him. Okay, so we got work to do. We know that Colin is, and I look at Billy. We know that Colin is alive. And still misses you, even as hollowed out as he is. And we know how to fix it.
Okay. All right. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Across your sending stone, Bird, you will hear Linux's voice. Right? So, I mean, this is it. You've only got a couple of days until you need to be at the last stand. I've been talking with Kaz. It sounds like she's got a couple of lieutenants up there who are waiting for you. They should be able to help. I'm not sure. She didn't know the names yet. They weren't sure which regiment they'd be sending. But I've got the coordinates, I guess. I can pop you up where you need to be. I know I said it earlier, but this is it.
You expecting some kind of love confession from me, Linux?
I just really hope not, Bootstrap. That would put quite the damper on our relationship.
I agree. So let's agree to stow it. I won't break your heart by telling you off.
Right. Yeah, so I'm gonna go. Maxon sends his regards. Let's do it, I guess. We'll talk to you when the time comes.
This is when, after giving everybody the info, this is when Ryil's gonna sneak off.
Mm-hmm.
And if I have to, I will roll a stealth check as to avoid being made fun of.
You are able, I mean, you've got a couple of relaxing days and hard rest ahead of you.
Yeah, so he's just gonna sneak off.
All right. You sneak off, and Lunette awkwardly retrieves the item from Bird, blushing just an uncomfortable amount as she does. And Ryil, you do not sneak off alone. She gives you her gift, the small box. She refuses to look at you as she does it. She hands it over and she goes, I'll be honest. I thought that I wouldn't see you, and Bird was supposed to give you this.
I wasn't exactly sure I was gonna be able to come back, but I told you that I wanted to, and and the detective agency is gonna be right over. So, this
Right.
is nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's it was. Sorry, it was my father's.
I love it. I mean, I don't know what it. I mean, I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna open it. Okay.
Yeah. If you'd open it, that'd be great.
Yep.
You open it, and it is a small music box. It plays a sweet plinking melody, one that reminds you of home, that reminds you of hard rest. Inside, there is a lock of Lunette's hair, as well as a silver ring. It's not magical or anything. It's just a ring. Yeah. So this,
No, this is, I love this. This is, I'm gonna put it on.
Yeah.
He puts it on.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Do you want to see something cool?
Yes.
Okay. I was practicing just for this when I saw you again. He's gonna take out a bunch of gold coins. It's like, okay, take a look at this. And it's about how much gold does he have? Oh, he's got enough. He has 625 gold. This is about 125 gold. And he goes, ready?
Yeah.
And he collapses his hands, and he's gonna cast Fabricate, and it's gonna be a golden bracelet when he opens his hands again.
Oh my God, Ryil, that's beautiful.
Right?
That's incredible. When did you learn to do that?
I was learning a couple of spells at the academy when we were trying to figure out how to. It's not important. I wanted to be able to make you something, and I'm not good with my hands. Well, I mean, I'm good. I like with bows, but woof. So there's that. I made.
Thank you.
It goes on your wrist.
Yes, thank you. And she will take it and slip it on. And as she does, she'll look at it and look at you. Ryil?
Yeah? Lynette?
I don't really know what's happening. I understand that you have just a whole bunch that you're trying to do, but
it's wild. It's I'm like a chosen of tier or something. It's not that I'm bragging. I'm not bragging.
Ryil, you really need to say over to turn off the sending stone.
Oh my God, have you all been listening to all of this entire time? Like, he turned so fucking red.
If you don't kiss her, I'm gonna have to come in there and show you how to do it over.
You're doing great, though.
I mean, I'm not talking to anybody.
Right. Listen, I just was wondering.
Yeah.
With when it's all over and you've done, the whole saving the.
Yeah, I was thinking like when I'm done with this, maybe we could like go out to dinner or something if you want, or whatever. Or I mean,
Hey, Ryil.
yeah.
And before you can respond, Lunette will get up on her tippy toes and just kiss you as hard as she can, like a woman who has been waiting for this moment and building up the courage for months, convinced that this person that she has grown feelings for over time, she is not leaving anything on the table.
As soon as that happens, he kisses back like it was his idea. and that's all you nosy motherfuckers need to.
We will tastefully fade to black.
Go about your business.
Team, is there anything y'all would be up to?
I would like to collect some money.
You're able to exchange gems, as you have noted, for currency easily enough. Mr. Saito has granted us a magic item. Thank you, Mr. Saito. Bootstrap, I believe, is the best candidate for this. Bootstrap, as you come and go about your business, Orson kind of steps out onto the street and goes, "Oh, right, you found something that I think might be helpful. If you don't mind, just stay there. There's no reason to..." And he will turn into his shop and come out. "I couldn't help but notice you have a scimitar. Yes?
Yeah.
Is this preferred weapon?"
It helps.
Is it a preferred weapon? Do you have some sort of sentimental attachment to it?
Not really.
Great, because I have a better one. And he will just pull out a silvered scimitar and pass it over to you. Listen, it's gonna... I had this one. I kind of forgot that I'd even had it. It's supposed... the lore is that it actually belonged to a pirate. Bootstrap, how much of the world do you know?
The sea. I've read a map.
Right.
And other parts of it.
Great. The lore is that it's from the greatest pirate to ever come out of Bison, the most technologically advanced country on the planet. I don't know if that's true, but, Anyways, take that, and good luck, I guess.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for everything and such.
You are welcome.
Good, I am. Good.
Yes.
Sure.
Great. And Orson will turn awkwardly on his heel and head back into his shop. Anybody else doing anything? Great. I'm going to take us to a quick break. When we come back, thus will begin the dawn of the first day. And we shall proceed to the conclusion.
A red
hang
dawn?
tight, chat.
Over.
Maybe.
Ere the sun rises.
And we're back. Thank you, everybody, for your patience, and we hope that you got a snack or a drink or something as we begin to contemplate the end of the world. The morning is quiet. And there's a stillness in the air that lingers as the sleep kind of lifts from your mind. There might be a moment where you think to yourself, no, just 5 more minutes. But you know that that's probably not the time that you have. Ryil, you are equipped with a teleport scroll and the appropriate coordinates to get you where you need to go. With instructions that when you arrive there, that there are 2 lieutenants that you will need to meet with and discuss. You step out into the town square of Hard Rest, and the townsfolk there, or at least the ones that know you, are waiting there. You see Orson Silvergrip with an apple in hand sitting on the front step of his shop, the same place you saw when you first came to this place. And he gives you a knowing nod. Leon comes striding from the mansion. With him is Boots and her brother, who smile. It's important to note that each of you does have your horse, that a gift for a job well done. It feels like a lifetime ago, truly, when you came to this town to help a friend of a friend and got sent down this path, leading from one person to the next with no rest, with no stop. And it seems that that trend truly is continuing. They all stand around you and say, hushed, like, hey, hi, good to see you. Good luck. Hope you don't die. Small words of encouragement. Ryil, Lunette looks at you and nods knowingly, a little bit shy in front of everyone else, but she will give you a swift peck on the cheek and insist that, come home safe before returning to the door of the inn. You are able to fire off the teleport scroll with little to no ceremony. And when you, it's almost like you blink. And when you wake up, you are in high mountains. There is rocky terrain that surrounds you, like slate. You're on the side of a cliff. Below there is a small military encampment where there are horses ranging on what minimal scruff of grass they can find. Soldiers move to and fro throughout the camp, and you hear the sounds of preparation. You are able to clearly distinguish from your vantage point that there is a headquarters tent, and through your communication with Kaz, Linux, and others, you know that you are expected. You can head down the path, and as you do, you're careful not to lose your footing, and you can look down. You are in this area that's above a valley, and as you kind of cut away from the side of the cliff, you can see this green rolling valley and a tower that stands in the distance, but there's glittering, shining around it and things that move unnaturally. And to be honest, you get the sense that you don't want to see. Not yet. Just a few more minutes before the reality of everything settles in around you. You continue into this camp, and soldiers look at you and kind of give you a weird look as they size you up and down, trying to figure out who the hell are you and why the hell are you up here. But they don't give you any trouble. Nobody seems to stop or halt. There seems to be some sort of command to not bother certain folks as they enter. You make your way to the headquarters tent, where a guard will stop you briefly and ask, who are you exactly? Are you here to see the lieutenants?
Yes, we are looking to get to the tower just past here.
We're the fucking chosen.
All
There's
right.
that too.
Great. Yes. Lieutenant Shinoa's inside, and he will gesture for you to enter. As you do, there is a young-ish man. It's hard to determine his age, really, as he stands at a desk examining papers. Let me go ahead and show you. The first lieutenant grins as you approach, a sun-kissed hand raised in acknowledgement. He has dark circles under the bottom of his eyes, but you can tell that he's making a conscious choice to keep his spirits light. He straightens his shoulders as men pass by the tent entrance with it open, raising a brow and giving an encouraging nod as you enter. And he goes, "Ah, you are the ones that I think we've been waiting for, yeah? Lieutenant Shinoed, pleasure to meet you."
Right. Likewise, you know that.
Nice
Right.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. We are currently, I don't know how familiar you are, Kaz kind of gave us the rundown of the situation. Lieutenant Bennington is out kind of doing a last check. The plan is to descend into the valley first light tomorrow. I gotta be honest, it's quite a sight. If you'll follow me, I can show you what we can expect.
Lead on.
He will step out of the tent and lead you through the camp over to a ridge. You see, as soldiers kind of watch as you pass, eyeing you. And again, there's that tension in the air. Elliott, you would be familiar. It's the tension of men who know that tomorrow they might die. And it is palpable and intense. He leads you out to the edge where there's kind of like a scouting tower, and a captain there hands him a spyglass, which he then turns and hands to you, gesturing out into the valley. If you were to take the spyglass and look through in the valley below, you'd actually hear it before you'd see it, which just seems strange, but in the valley below there's a chant that's ringing off the ridge where you are. Though the words sound steady, there's something empty about them, like a vast expanse full of chaos. You look up to the sky and it's dark with strange clouds shimmering across a shifting blue sky. And you can hear like crisp sounds of crystalline claws on dirt that ripple up the cliffs, mixing with guttural yells. He gestures and he goes, "As it stands now, we are outnumbered, but we do have reinforcements coming from General Love shortly. The plan is to get you in as close as we can, a full-on assault. Try to draw them out so you can, in the chaos, make your way to the tower. It's gonna be ugly, but it's the best that we got." Do you have any questions?
No, Bert's just kind of looking to Elliott, since this seems very much more his thing. Just kind of almost waiting for him to tell us what to do.
So, do they, first of all, do they look like they are, I mean, there's the sense of everyone kind of like knowing that tomorrow could be their last day. But do they look like they are in control? And like there's a plan that's like being well disseminated through the ranks?
Yes, this the last time you were in a military encampment of this side was Hawkins Keep, and the energy could not be more different. This is a well-oiled machine. While the men are the men and women around you are clearly nervous and there's an anticipation, they are carefully tending to their gear or food or making preparations. It is a well-oiled machine of activity around you as they prepare for what's to come next. You get the sense that they were well informed. However, maybe the numbers had been a little bit off. Sure. But you know, shit happens.
How do you plan on getting us close?
I'll let Lieutenant Bennington cover the details. We've been fighting these creatures for some time. The idea is that we can try to get you around it. Oh, and here he comes now. And sure enough, a small scouting force will ride into the camp at the head, Lieutenant Bennington. A man sits atop his horse. A quiet demeanor is palpable in the air around him, and he's dressed for travel. There's dirt caked in the lines of his face and in the folds of his clothes. He raises his chin in acknowledgement and takes a deep breath as he easily slides from his horse and looks at his fellow lieutenant. "This them?" It is responded with a nod, and he looks at you and goes, "Right, okay, here's the plan. The valley is too narrow for a flanking position. The mountains come in too close to the sides," and he will point out the geography of this valley, and sure enough, the tower is set back in kind of almost like a bowl. So these creatures are heavily entrenched. He said, "Honestly, our best weapon to use against them is their best asset, chaos. We know that they are they will be trapped in here. We have archers to line the ridge. They will fire down in front of our charge, giving us cover as we move. The hope is that we'll use sort of a spear formation to get you in. It's the best. I know that it's not enough. We received word from General Love that Bros made moves 2 days ago along the border and did in fact begin an invasion. Did you tell them about the reinforcements?" Another nod. And it is clear that these two men can communicate just through looks. The efficiency of language is impressive. We'll be spending the night here. We've got scouts coming in with final numbers of what to expect. So there'll be one more night of sleeping here. And other than that, we should be good to get you where you need to be. Kaz says that you're good enough folk, and if you're good enough for Kaz, you're good enough for me.
How do these things deal with fire?
Magic seems to be just about the only thing that can hurt them, sir.
I have 2 questions. One, are we just riding in on our own horses?
If you didn't provide, I assume you have mounts.
I didn't know if there was another plan.
No, I would not at this point. If you have a familiar mount, one that you trust, I would say stick with it. Our horses are well trained, but continue.
Would it be possible to get some? How much do you expect us to run into? Is it necessary for us to armor our horses, or?
We have some ornaments that we can provide. A couple of scouts were taken out. Their horses came back with no riders. We can lend that to you.
Anything can help. The second question I have, looking around at the group, you say that chaos is on our side with this particular plan. Is there any reason that we should wait?
Yes, actually. And he will gesture behind him towards the alley that you've come in. The sun.
Care to elaborate?
We have to wait for you to get here. It's already high up. When it comes in through the valley, it's bright as shit.
Got it. That's all I have. Anyone else?
I don't really have any questions, but if we have an order we're going in, I just would like to inspire the group before we head out, and hope it helps a little. And
there'll be time in the morning before we go.
From a mechanical standpoint, because I know that we're going to do this interesting, I will pick one person for the inspiration, and if they succeed on the roll that uses inspiration, I can automatically bounce it to a next person 3 times. So if they fail, they get to keep the dice and use it until they succeed.
Gotcha.
So it's just
Perfect.
good to know.
I will trust you to keep track of this thing.
Well, I got it.
Great. You are able, Elliott, as you requested, several soldiers, one who goes by Corporal Hahn, will lead you over to some horse armor and get you kind of set up. Your mounts, in true them fashion, are very chill about the entire process. You kind of begin to question just the level of rigor that Boots trained these horses. Like, it seems a little bit ridiculous. You do have several of the cavalrymen admiring them, asking questions. Are they really, truly hillfolk horses? And having those kinds of conversations. You are, again, are now in stark contrast to like a lot of the experiences you've had lately. You are in a camp of normal people, of soldiers who were either signed up because they needed a paycheck, or because they wanted to make a difference, or because they were bored. Humanity is around you. There's no one chosen here. They're all just folks that saw a fight that needed fighting and showed up. And as the evening passes into night, there's kind of a stillness as they see you moving about the camp. There's an understanding that soon it really will be time. Night falls and they start up small campfires, keeping them low, well tended to keep any light from traveling into the valley below. Around you, soldiers prepare for the violence to come in their various ways. Some are quiet, nursing flasks and staring dead-eyed into flames. Others are boisterous, laughing at the fear that clings to their back, and loudly tell stories of their lives that wait for them at home. A soft rain begins to fall, almost as if accentuating the moment of how dreary this really is, how heavy it is. One shot, one opportunity, trusting in people that you have known for brief moments, others that you've known for longer, and hoping that everything will fall into place and be at the right place at the right time. You're done picking up pieces. It's now time to begin. You don't need to worry about setting a watch, as this camp of soldiers is got you covered. And you are able to fall into fitful sleep, awaiting for the next day. And in true fashion, as you've grown accustomed and almost expected, you each begin to dream. Frank, you're on a plateau, and there's a gray haze of mist that stretches in all directions around you. There's sign of combats and the scorching of fire and slashing of claws. There's dead forms that lay around you that are unrecognizable at first, but as you look closer, you begin to recognize talismans and preferred armor and hairstyles, and you recognize with a just gut-wrenching feeling who these people are. They're your friends, the ones that didn't make it. As you take in the sight of the plateau deep within the Wenian wastes, you hear a woman's voice murmuring behind you. This is not the end, Frank, nor is it the beginning. You turn and you see a woman dressed in loose white robes and a shawl pulled tightly around her shoulders. She sways on her feet, clearly exhausted, her fingers wrapped in bandages and gauze. You've seen her before. She's as familiar to you as you are to yourself. Mistress smiles. It's sad and looks like it hurts. I'm glad you're here. How are you feeling?
Afraid.
There's always a choice. I know you
Of
chose
course.
different.
I can't do that again.
She'll look at the bodies around you. There will be a cost if you were. But that's the thing about it, right? I wish there were another way.
Yeah, so do I.
She stands there, and kind of as she's looking around, you watch as a knee buckles and she begins to falter and fall. Do you try to reach out and help her or anything?
Yeah, of course. Would definitely try to not let her fall to the ground, stabilize her.
You're able to catch her, and she looks at you and kind of, again, that same sad smile. And you, at this close, you can hear her labored breathing, and she goes, I wish I had the strength to stand. And she kind of uses your weight to like push up and stand up again, and looks at you dead in the eyes and reaches a hand out to hold your face. No more sorrow, Frank. Please. You aren't alone, and when the time comes, you won't be.
I'll do my best.
I know you will. She'll grab your face and bring you close to give you a kiss on the forehead. And as she does, she disappears and leaves you alone on this misty plateau, staring at what was with hopes of what could be. And you slowly fade back into dreamless sleep. Bird. You open your eyes, and Azuth rests in a wooden glen. A cool morning sun breaking through vibrant foliage. In his hand, a book. The Glorious Vocation of the Mage, 3rd edition. Soft sounds of life shimmer in the air around him. He looks tired. His features drawn and gaunt. The hollows of his face have taken an ashy gray tone, and there's no spark in his eye. But as you shift through the grass, he looks up, and that telltale smile reaches the corners of his mouth. Ah, Bird. Ah, I'm glad I could still reach you. This is the last time I will be speaking to you. Until it's over.
I knew that you would send me another vision. I told you.
That you did, Bird, and I'll be selfish about it. I didn't want to waste time. I just wanted to be with you and hope. You know what needs to be done, yes? With the weave? When something is taken, it needs to be put back. Frank should know what to do.
I'm ready.
hard to let you go, my dear.
It's hard to let most things go.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. There's always something different, a choice that can be made, some different way it can be. I need you to know that, bird. My quick, brave bird, so willing to sacrifice everything for those she cares about. The world is better for having you in it. So don't give up. You hear me?
I won't.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
May I hold you, bird?
Of course.
He will put down his book and offer his arms out to sit in this glen as wind starts whipping through the trees, sending the leaves shivering and hushed cacophony of sound. And he will hold you in his arms tightly, and you feel the sincerity as this being of knowledge and magic holds something that is so precious to him. If you were to look back, you would see a couple of tears slip down into his beard as he wipes them away, and you recognize that every time this happens, it takes a little bit more from him because he cares.
You are a good god painting, Zoo.
Thank you, bird. I do my best. I believe in you, bird. Make me proud. And I will see you when this is over.
I will see you when this is over.
He holds you tight, and the wind continues to whip through the trees. And you close your eyes as a soft rain starts to fall, and you drift back into a quiet, peaceful sleep, comforted by the thought that across space and time, that there is someone who will always be there for you, no matter what. Bootstrap. You open your eyes and you're home in the kingdom of Adra. You know this because of the smell. You're at the docks. They stretch out before you into the ocean. And at the end, there is a hulking man who sits there in heavy plate armor, blackened from ash and blood. He's carefully wiping down a massive shield, his efforts methodic. There's a long gash on his forehead where it bleeds sluggishly with the beat of his heart. And on the horizon, a storm swirls in the sky. He hears your creaking footsteps on the boards behind him and kind of turns ahead, not fully looking at you. Ah. You gonna sit here and blame me for what's happened?
No. Not your fault. Fell with a bunch of rat bastards.
I'm glad you can see it my way.
Yeah. Can blame you. You're not never fucking talking to me other than to call me a piss poor example and tell me to dance.
It's not my fault you're a real son of a bitch. Your choices made you that way.
So what? We're supposed to be best buddies now. Everyone else is hugging it out with their gods.
No, I just need to confirm that you understand why you're here.
I gotta kill people. Just like always, right? No?
You still don't get it? You're more dense than I thought.
No, I fucking... Fuck you. I fucking get it. Oh, keep people safe. Oh, keep these fuckers from going off and throwing themselves onto the closest fucking pike so they can look pretty in front of their girl like friends. You know, I gotta fucking make sure they appreciate it. Else they decide I'm gonna get fucking stuck in the back again.
You want to talk about thankless jobs. Try being a god sometime.
Oh, I'd fucking love to. Apparently all I have to do is complain and make other people do your shit. Oh, I'm so tired. You're a fucking god, Helm. Do you god things. Where the fuck that is? Come on.
What makes you think I'm so different than you? Because I came first? Because I am older?
You're supposed to be better than me. I'm a fucking piece of shit, you know that? I killed more people than I can count. That's before I even fucking knew what age I was. You fucking picked me to keep people safe. You know how fucked in the head that sounds?
Yes.
You fucking did it. I had everyone else who liked me stab me in the back. And you think, oh yeah, no, this is the guy. Yeah, that's my fucking guy right there. I'm gonna let him be in charge of a bunch of other fucking idiots.
William, I'm going to need you to accept now, here, in the eye of the storm, that you fucking care. That you've always cared.
Of course I fucking care. Fucking bleed for those idiots. Fucking stabbed me in the back though. No, I saw it. You ever been stabbed in the back by someone you really care about? You care about people.
I do, and I have. But there's something you need to understand, Bootstrap. There is no such thing as fate. You were chosen because you could do it. Because life chewed you up and spit you out. And you got up anyways.
So what, you just pick the toughest fucking git you can find then?
Pretty much.
Well, you picked a fucking good one then. Alright. I'll keep the fuckers alive because they can't fucking do it themselves. Especially when they can't do it themselves.
That's the spirit. You got any other dumb questions for me?
Oh, I'm sure you think they're all dumb.
No. I get it. This is all a bit much.
But now I don't have any fucking... I fucking real fucking jealous everyone else got to talk to that god, be buddy. You're acting like my fucking pups all over again. Gosh, you done a runner on me.
I mean, would it help if we came up with a secret handshake, or if I pushed you off the dock?
Maybe. Fuck, man. Just... I can keep them safe. All the miserable little fuckers and the little... Bring them home to the lady friends and... Such.
There's one thing, William, that you'll need to do that only you can do. In the end, when you see Staley, I need you to tell him I never gave him up.
And then I kill him. Or not. Alright, yeah, fine. Stupid question. Sorry, again.
Do what you have to do, Bootstrap.
Alright, well. My God, it's all lawfully like you, alright. Suppose.
Helm smiles and he will stand up with his shield moderately less bloody. He'll turn and look at you and say, "We'll talk again when it's over. Make me proud." And he'll step out onto the water, pacing away into the horizon towards the storm, weapon drawn, and after a while he begins to run, as if daring the storm to drown him, but knowing that he'll fight to the end. Ryil, my bud, my guy.
Hey, what's up?
You open your eyes, and you're in a field of tall golden wheat with red rock cliffs rising around you. It's beautiful. The golden hues and yellows and reds in a perfect harmony. In the sea of grass, there is a man who sets himself to repairing a fence, driving a fence post into the ground. He then reaches out and grabs barbed wire, stretching it and wrapping it around the posts. And beyond him, into the sky, darkness swirls. As you approach him, you see that this man has a cloth wrapped around his eyes and seems to be moving without any troubles, as if he can see everything around him. And as you approach, Ryil, hey, I've got a pair of pliers over there. Would you mind grabbing them for me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I just hand it to him.
He'll kind of tug at it and pull, tilting his head and looking at you. I have to tell you, did you know Vala was chosen first?
Didn't know it, but it doesn't surprise me. It's a good guy.
We intervened too much. Chaos got word, and he'll stretch the barbed wire and wrapping it around, looping it underneath.
Is that what the fence is about? Fending off chaos?
That's the hope, right? Do what you can. Shore up the defenses. This is just one stretch.
I'm not Vala. Vala always knew how to do the right thing. at the right time, in the right way.
That's true.
I don't. I'm going to avenge him. I am going to find Quinn, and after all this is done, I have to set it right.
I know.
So that might mean I'm not your guy, you know?
That's not how this works, Ryil. You're my guy. You are my chosen. When the time comes and the choice is there, I trust that you will do what is right and just. I know that I know that Vala was the one that was there, that showed you the way. I was afraid for a while. But it seems that you have a new crew,
Yeah. I like him. I get Emmett. There's something he's carrying, and it's heavy, and it's hot, so it's hard to even consider picking up. Hurts your hands as soon as you touch it, and when you try and lift it, it doesn't budge, you know? And Bird is magic. That's it. And Bootstraps is the answer to the question that I think I've been asking myself ever since Vala found me. Which is, am I pretending to be more than the gang made me, or am I actually becoming who I hope to be? Bootstraps is a good guy, despite himself.
Helm's rather fond of him.
I don't know how anyone can be fond of Bootstraps, but I'm definitely interested by him.
You know, out of all of us, he's the one that brags the most. Won't fucking shut up about it.
Speaking of not being able to shut up, you should hear Bootstraps when you call him with a sending spell. It is painful.
Do you have what you need?
Yeah. Can I ask a favor?
Pretty bold, but I'll hear you out.
I'm not Vala. So I don't know what it's gonna take for me to get the job done, but I know that I will get the job done. And if it costs it all, I ask that whatever grace that you have for me, you extend to my friends and to Lynette. That's it.
You know, Ryil, you've tried so hard and gotten farther than I could have hoped. And in the end, he reaches a hand out and puts it on your shoulder. I need you to know that it matters. Every time, every single one of them, Vala and each and every one that's come before, trading their lives for something new, it matters. And no, you're not Vala. You are Ryil. Ryil Dexcry, chosen of Tyr. And you are enough. Never forget it.
All right. Well, you take care of the fence.
I'll
Me
do
and my
my
friends
best.
go take care of the weave.
Godspeed.
That's, I just like at the end on the finger guns on the Godspeed.
You finger guns, and the image fades out in front of your eyes, slowly drifting away. And you dream of a father and of a home and of a future that you didn't think was possible.
Oh, that's mean.
Hey, Elliot.
Hey.
You sleep, and when you open your eyes, you're in an empty room. It's familiar and softly lit. Can you tell me, can you describe to me the last home you had?
It was well made. There was a darker wood that was from a forest that was a little bit farther away than the one that was close. And it was my father who had kind of traveled out and collected the wood himself, chopped the trees down himself to build our home. Since I was a little kid, I can remember seeing the places where I had watched my dad kind of like sand the walls and the pieces of wood and put the finishing touches on it. And like, as I'm looking at it, I can remember each individual like scene in my memory.
As you cast your eyes around this familiar room, lingering in places, the door will creak open, and in will walk a man who's familiar. In his hand, he holds 2 steins and a pitcher, and he will stop as he enters the room and look at you. Are you done holding on to what you haven't got?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. But maybe.
He moves over to the table where you're sitting and places the steins and the pitcher on the counter. Before turning back to the door, he will take off a bow and a sword and set them near the door far from reach and return to sit at the table across from you. He will pour water into the stein and slide it over to you, and then water into his own before looking at you and saying, I know that we were not connected until we were. Will you tell me about her?
Why?
So I can mourn her loss with you.
She it's one of those moments where like the flood of images come to you, and you can't quite the words just don't do it justice, you know? I can tell you that when I first saw her, she kind of peeked her head out the door. And I only saw this kind of disembodied, like, neck and hair and face. And smiled. And then disappeared. And like a fucking rock falling, I just gave in. That was it. I knew. She was kind. She was caring. She was giving. She was funny. She, in just about every way, turned me into the man that I knew I could be. Didn't hurt that she was gorgeous.
It's always a nice touch. I do know how she died.
Not surprising. I think the worst part of it is that when you asked me to remember her and to tell you what she was like, that's the image I have.
Being numb won't change it. I know you are tired and more aware of how all of this works. I also know you won't put away what you think of me. But hear me when I say this. Denying your gift will be the doom of us all.
I had a hunch. Answer me this. Did it bother you knowing that choosing whoever you were to choose would put them through this?
You know, when we first set out to create existence, I think we all had this grand idea what it would be and what it would mean. The cost, we thought, was worth paying, because then things could be, exist. I'd still do it, Elliott.
It's not the question I asked. asked if you cared. I asked if it bothered you.
Elliott, I cannot tell you how many of their faces haunt me at night. You say that the last thing you remember is hers as she fell from that cliff. My chosen before you was physically ripped in half. His screams echo in my ears even now. Before that, she drowned, and she was afraid. Before that, trampled by a horse. The list goes on. There are some things, some choices, some tasks that are too great to ask of any one person. But we ask them anyways because we have to.
I understand duty. I understand the greater good. I understand sacrifice. I understand it all. Look, I know that I took a very harsh stance and very black and white with you. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what I'm going to feel if I make it through this, but I also have a hunch I won't. But I've been doing some work thanks to Nyx and some help with control. And I get it. I understand.
You've spoken with it, have you not?
Yes.
Elliott, it's a part of you. And the more you push it away, I'm glad to hear that you're starting to consider that it could be different. I know that it's terrifying to stare into the thing that took her.
And everything since.
Doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah. I know. Doesn't make it any easier.
As you say that, he drains the rest of the water from his glass and will set it, or stein rather, and set it back on the table, standing to rise. He'll go over to the door and you'll notice that he seems to have a limp on his left side and kind of holds at his knee as he shuffles to the door and retrieves his weapons. He'll turn
That was a nice touch, by the way. That's where my dad used to put his weapons when he sat down.
I know. Elliott, when this is over, if we both make it, do what you need to do. I'll understand.
Well, like I said before, everyone needs a hobby, right? Maybe mine's doing the thing, or maybe mine's just contemplating it. Who knows?
We'll see. And without another word, he opens the door and steps out into the clash of night as lightning cracks through the window. You sit for another moment in this room, in the last place that you felt like home. And you close your eyes and just want a few more minutes, just a few more minutes, as you drift back into sleep and know that soon it will all be over. The sun rises in the burning skies, like struggling through thick dark clouds above, casting a sickly orange onto the field that will soon be filled with the screams of battle. Black shapes shift unnaturally in the tall grass, hulking forms tumbling into a semblance of an offensive line. Soldiers in the camp tend to their horses, nervous breaths puffing out of shaking lungs and disappearing in the breeze. They look at each other, knowing that this could be the last time, meeting that moment with stoic grace. They mount, and with them you as well, and trickle away from the protection of the ridge, palms sweaty against the reins. There's a rousing chorus of howls erupting from the creatures below, voices like a rising riot, violent and feral. You reach the cusp of the ridge as it dives down into the valley, and Lieutenant Bennington stands before his troops, before you, giving you a knowing nod. He turns and looks at them, and you see him steel himself to try and find a strength that he knows he doesn't have. And as he does, he begins to speak. I know you feel the fear. I do too, crawling in my skin. We're living at the mercy of that pain and fear, but take heed, our lives are not meant to last. Fear is how we fall. Bleed out your fear. Stomp it out beneath your feet. They have not won, nor will they till we lie dead. Give them your fear. Burn it into their souls. We may not survive, so make it so they'll never forget. His words cut through the air, sharp and clear, and the soldiers urge their horses forward, crying out as they descend. Hey everybody. I need you to roll initiative for me, please.
What the fuck is going on with my rolls today?
Wow.
I leading this initiative.
Yeah, Elliott and Frank tell me which of you has higher dex.
I have a 20.
Yeah, it's Elliott.
Okay. Okay. So here's how this is going to work. I just need you guys to make me attack rolls with your plus to hit, and we will narrate it out from there. You descend. Hearts in your throats and fear in your lungs as you know that maybe you won't make it, but god damn it, you're going to try. Bird, as you ride into the battle, your horse takes you forward, just your light quickness, and before you is a sea of monsters. Wild mages, large and small, shadows, doppelgangers, and mages hurling magic around. Go ahead and make me an attack roll.
Since I don't have a whole lot of direct attack.
Yep.
I would like to look in front of me, see my friends, and just reach down and touch the ground and yell, "Safety base!" And I am casting antipathy against all mages. They cannot come within the nearest 200 feet of this space.
Okay.
My friends are free to attack anything else and not be
okay.
in fear of mages.
Will you just drop that, let's see, in the chat so I can see what that looks like. As you move forward, you cast this spell, and there's a ripple of magic energy that just bursts out from you, sending mages that were starting to sprint in your directions, flipping off in different directions as you power through as some sort of deranged steam engine, this small half-elf woman atop the Palomino horse through the hellfire flames. Bootstrap, you are up.
All right.
Roll an
Bootstrap
attack. Just roll an attack for me.
Fantastic. All right. Whew, that was close. 15 for my 10. Or, yeah, for my 10.
Great. As you ride through, you, following closely behind Bird, see a doppelganger reaching out to kind of grab her foot and try to yank her off the horse. But you see it and slash down, quickly beheading it just in a clean swoop as its head flips up, blood spiraling out into the air as your horse continues to charge forward. You have more than one attack, do you not?
I do. In fact,
Go for it again.
I have 2 more. All right. Yeah, and he's going to obviously start his rage here. The ink kind of flowing down from himself also into the horse. That's a 26 on the next roll.
All right. That's not a crit, is it?
It's not a crit, but
Okay.
it's a lot.
Yes, no, it is a lot. You, as you're powering forward, you see a volatile wild mage, larger than the others, hulking towards. As Bird continues to power through, it tries to flank behind, and you are able to slash out. Please describe to me how you dispatch of this creature.
Right, so he's going to gripping Melissa by the saddle real tight. He is going to follow up, throwing a scimitar into his mouth, short sword and long sword in both hands. He's going to kind of lean off the side and just glancing through this thing, cut immediately through it in one clean strike.
Awesome. Do you have any more attacks?
I have one more with my
Go for it.
offhand. All right. That's going to be a 14 for my 10.
Okay. Yep. Again, you see this time it looks like a mage as he puts his hands up, and there's the spark of magic in his hands as he's going to fire it directly at you.
Yeah, no, riding hard towards him, Bootstrap is not fully recovered from the saddle. He's actually going to unhook his leg, and in a really quick turn is going to kind of like drift on the sand and just ram both swords directly into this guy's chest through his extended hands. And keeping his forward momentum moving with some effective footwork, he is going to then reach out and grab a hold of the saddle again pulling himself back up. One sword gripped really hard in his hand, pulling the mage's body along as he swiftly, with his right leg, will kick off the corpse from his two swords.
Excellent. Next in the order is Elliott.
All right. Hey, here's my first attack. It's a nat 20 for 31.
Okay, as you're following, charging close behind, there's a doppelganger and a shadow that like kind of come up and try to like overwhelm your horse. You have your two blades and you just swipe down hard with both of them in synchronicity, cleaving them from clavicle to hip in one smooth motion. Their screams getting lost in the cacophony of war around you as you enter the dance of death and feel nothing.
Second?
Mm-hmm.
Not as good. It's a 14.
A 14. You continue forward though, and again, as Bird barrels forward, cutting a path for you all, the wild mages are trying to like come back around, and you see them, and you see that one is going to try and jump sideways to dismount you.
Third attack. Ooh, 13.
A 13. Okay. As that wild mage jumps to attack, you just raise your blade up and cleave its stomach as it moves at you, and it sends it splitting and falling away. The halves, as they come down and fall, you actually see a shadow that was kind of turning like away from the encroaching cavalry, and the corpse of the wild mage will actually crush the shadow underneath it. This crystalline spikes in its back, like stabbing into it, and you watch as the shadow disperses on the ground. Is that all of your attacks?
It is, but I still have a bonus action.
We're not going to manage bonus actions in these, just pure attacks.
Are you sure? Because it's a fun narrative.
Go for it. I trust you. Let's do this.
I'd like to burn one of my needs.
Oh, shit.
To cast Cause Fear at 5th level, targeting the closest 5 creatures to us.
Yeah, you just do that. They, in the fear of the horses as the sun rises up behind, and the just sheer intensity and desperation in these soldiers as they slash and cut and hack their way through, you let go a need point, and the air ripples out around you, and you watch as their faces nearly melt in fear. Let me see something really quick.
It is a wisdom save if you want to, but
yep,
again,
understood.
It's narrative, so.
Yep, no, understood. They fail and begin to sprint off in opposite directions. And as this happens, you feel the need kind of shaping the air around you, and you feel it like shiver, and around you you see another version of yourself, and another version of yourself, and another version of yourself, as it seems that instead of just a singular Elliott, there is now, let me double check, I think it's 3 or 4. Let's see, 3 duplicates of you ride in synchronized with you forward as mirror image is cast, and you continue to charge forward. It is now Frank's turn.
All right, so just a point of order from what I asked for earlier. I give the bardic inspiration to Ryil, and he just sings you an old battle song to get you pumped up. So that's a D12, which you can add to your attack roll. If you succeed, I'll pass it to Elliott. We'll just get that part done with. And Frank, after that, throws his loot on his back and pulls out a pan flute instead, and he's riding his horse, and seeing how there's so many of them, he's probably casting big waves of Snellix snowball. So
Okay.
Ooh, never mind. he will summon his fancy fire sword. So that will be an 18.
An 18? Great. You throw out a hand for that inspiration, and in the other you ignite your sword, just as you see a wild mage kind of coming up from behind you. You deftly turn on the side of your saddle and slash back as you just cut the neck of this creature completely, and there's a strangled roar as it falls, only to be trampled on the next horse behind, which happens to be Ryil.
Is there a concentrated mass of bad guys away from the good guys?
It's a full cavalry charge down into a field of just grotesque creatures. Like, you can point and fire off magic however you want. At this point, you've reached the bottom of the hill where these things have charged up to meet you, and you still have a good expanse to go before you reach the tower.
Okay. I'm going to aim closer towards the rear so that none of our guys are mingled in, and I'm going to cast Fireball.
Okay.
So
That's just a dex save, right?
Yep.
Okay, so here's what happens. You put a hand out. Do you say anything as you cast Fireball?
I'm going to look at my team and I go, you focus on what's in front of us, I'll focus on their backup. And I'm just sending it out.
Yeah, you send this fireball hurtling, and it hits a group of these creatures and sends them flying, flipping as they roll into each other and catch flame. The flame and blood mixing and creating a smell in your nose as you continue forward. At this point, there are creatures that are seeing you come through. Bird, you still at the forefront, and they're trying desperately to get out of just the absolute destructive power that you have brought to the battlefield. You look to the side and you see that the regiment of Norfordian soldiers is hacking and slashing, falling, screaming out, but they continue trampling these creatures as they go, staying in stride with you as best they can. Thank you for the good tables, folks. This is where they're going to start to come into play. As you move forward, Bird, you look up and you see a wave of arrows that's rising up from the enemy line and coming down at you. And before you go to call out to say to move, and before you do, there's a gust of wind and the arrows all fly in opposite direction as from the sky descends a silver dragon, roaring and angry as it completely obliterates a line of ice directly along right in front of you, just completely smoking them as Valdry roars in just absolute anger and rage. Backup has arrived. Bird, it is now your turn again.
With that, all that going, I am basically just pelting with magic stone.
Great.
Just left and right.
Great. Are you just throwing out black jaspers? Just fuck you.
There may be a few in there, but it's mostly I got no shortage of just random pebbles.
Gotcha.
So I rolled a crit, so 8 + 4 bludgeoning damage. I'm just, I can do this just.
No, you rolled
forever.
a crit. You rolled a crit. So as you take the stone and flip it, you actually throw it so hard it splits clean through a mage's skull and continues flying through to slam into a doppelganger, headshotting them both as they crumple to the ground. And you continue forward, just chaos and murder, death around you, and it is hell. But you continue to move forward. Bootstrap, you are up. Roll me an attack,
All right,
buds.
I'm gonna get you an attack right now. That is a 21, non-natural.
Okay, awesome. Again, a mage will kind of nervously like turn to you, and you'll watch as a sickly green like glow will emanate between his hands, and you'll watch as the air shimmers around him as he's trying to throw a venom, poison spray at you as you charge by.
Whatever it is, Bootstrap don't know. Bootstrap is taking his long sword, flipping it over into the opposite grip of his hand, and chucking it straight through this guy's chest to recover it as he rides by, pulling it straight up through his clavicle and front face.
Great. You do that thing. Do you want to keep attacking?
I would love to keep attacking. That's
Do
really
it.
all I can do. I just hit people. 22 again. Or
Yep.
rather, 20 better than last time.
This time you see there's a wild mange that seems to be shivering out of its form and into the shape of a man with a gruff beard who grabs a sword at his side and tries to slash at your horse's legs as you charge by.
Catching the hilt of his right as he's about to draw, stabbing the sword into his arms and dragging him along slightly. Bootstrap is then gonna get his longsword readjusted and just plunge it straight into this guy's head, and then pull the two blades apart off the sides, severing his forearm in twain, as well as leaving out a good part of this guy's neck.
Awesome.
And then I got one more for you.
Do the thing.
I am angry. Oh, that's only going to be a 16, which will be my 10 though.
That's still enough. You see another doppelganger as it kind of raises up, and you can feel something pushing at your mind as it tries to read your thoughts, and you assume it to try and it actively begins to read your mind, and you see its face shifting into 20 copper as it tries to strike fear into your heart, but it's too late.
Yeah. It's gonna just start to read death, 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 death. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. I'm gonna kill this dumb motherfucker right now. And Bootstrap is straight up going to get up off the saddle for a moment and he's had his horse for a while, but Melissa will lower her head for a moment, and he's gonna step onto its neck and just plunge both swords to the front and lift this doppelganger up above his head as he settles back into the saddle, and just leaves the front half behind him.
Black ichor just splashes back, mixing in with the smoke and flame as arrows from your side hail down in front of you, pelting the enemies. Valdry circles in the sky, coming back for another run, descending on, just reaching down with claws and crushing creatures in his claws and hurling them to the side as he continues to roar. Elliott, it is now your turn.
Hi. Okay. Did the inspiration pass or no?
Yes.
It did,
Yeah.
which is D12 for you, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. DM, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Because I have extra dice that I can add onto these rolls at some point.
Mhm.
How far into this charge are we currently?
You, if I had to give math, you're in 2 of 5 rounds.
Okay. So I'm not going to burn any of the extra ones yet. So for this attack, oh, wow. Thank you for the inspiration. 16.
That still does it as you're just, again, charging through these creatures. There's one of the wild mages has taken form of a bear and is trying to overwhelm, is charging towards a cavalryman who is who was unfortunately slammed with an arrow. And you are able to cut your horse across in time and slash down at it, taking out the bottom part of its jaw and sending it rolling into its other enemies as it screams out in pain and lies limp. Roll that next attack.
Number 2 is a 27.
Okay. Again, you just it's just a hail of blades and fury as you continue to cut these creatures, like at this point, you continue deeper and deeper in, and you're able to actually, thanks to Bird's ingenuity, you're given more space than you realized, and you're able to fan out a little bit more, giving these cavalrymen at your side a little bit of assistance, giving them an opportunity to catch up as you just hack and slash and cut, covering it in blood, but none of it is your own. Give me one more. You have 3, right?
Yeah, I do have 3. And definitely, I would be focused on making sure other people are like charting forward. The third one was 23.
Yep. Again, it's just absolute destruction. As there's a man who actually turns as you're running forward. He will see you and he will turn to try and run, but you will run him down with your horse, trampling it easily beneath his feet. And continuing on. Frank, you are now up.
All right, so yeah, point of order. I cheer on Elliott, and when he's successful, I tell Bird that she is next. So Bird, you'll have Bardic Inspiration next. And then if we are doing spells that have dex checks, then I'll start just throwing circles of snowballs into the evil crowds as I ride along.
Gotcha. Do you want to go ahead and what is it, a dex save? Is that what the snowball is? Yeah, so you're just kind of putting them out to the side as Bird takes front and is just powering through these mages, just like flipping off of her shield. You kind of flank either side with these like occasional snowballs that roll out and crush them. And as you crush them, it seemingly more continue to just surge forward, up and over. You're starting to get like more in depth. Some are able to dodge out of the way and continue to fight, but there's a good number that you just absolutely crush. Is that everything you can do?
Yeah. Yep. That's good.
Awesome. Ryil, it is your turn.
All right, seeing things are on the upswing, he's just gonna pull out his bow. And we're gonna take 2 shots now because I get a second attack.
Do it.
Blade singing. So fire.
Hell yeah. Go ahead and roll me that second one as well.
Fire.
Brilliant. You are able to line up and just smooth as silk with this bow in hand. You take and you fire clean through, just in quick succession, Legolas style, just pop, pop, like directly. One is a creature that was jumping to take out another cavalryman who had been dehorsed and was falling. You turn back and hit it with such force that it sends the body like flying backwards, giving that soldier enough time to get up off of his feet and continue to charge forward with his sword. You then turn to the other side and fire another arrow directly into a doppelganger's skull, and it splits, splattering blood on a mage that's standing nearby, whose eyes are wide with fear and just begins to scream. As you continue forward, Bird, you are still at the front, and you see approaching you mounted on volatile wild mages are 2 mages, and they just continue to like power forward towards you, their hands out, trying to cast spells. Let me see and make it reach. I read this right? I need
terribly.
I need Bird and who's behind her? Bird and Bootstrap. Will you make me dex saves, please, and do it at advantage? Thank you, good tables.
Oh, my goodness.
18.
Okay.
12.
12. Let me get there again.
Oh, no, that's
Did you roll at advantage?
I did.
Okay.
I'm just curious. Yeah, no, that's all my bonuses there. Well, actually, I'm gonna use my fanatical focus reroll.
Okay, do it.
There's once per rage, and that's definitely worth it because I rolled a 19 for a 25.
Awesome. Yeah, you are able to guide your horses using your knees in the way that Boots had instructed you. You're able to move out of the way and narrowly dodge as these mages launch fire spells in your direction. But as a result, you guys kind of split off and are a bit separated, you'll need to try and come back together. Bird, you rolled a 10. And
Do your bardic inspiration. Don't
add your
forget.
d12.
Yeah.
Nice. So a 10, so I rolled a 20.
Perfect. You again are able to flip, like you're just pulling rocks that you've been gathering over the last, several months and just
Forever.
flipping them like with precision as you you actually crack someone's sternum, and you swear you can hear the wind knocked out of his lung as blood erupts from his mouth and drips down as he collapses beneath your horse's hooves. Is there anything else you can do? So you're a 1 attack homie, right?
Yeah, I mean, my goal is to just regroup since we got a little separated. But other than that, I'm just doing this.
Great. Next up is Bootstrap.
All right, coming in with some more attacks as I'm marauding through these tools. That's going to be a 25.
A 25. Again, successful. So what I'm going to do to kind of help us speed this up, unless you roll beneath your damage threshold, we'll just keep going in turns, but it is absolute bloody murder as you roll through these enemies. Valdry's in the sky. He actually lands on the tower and in a very intimidating fashion launches ice into the sky, which then rains down on the foes below. So let's go ahead. For the sake of expedience, we will just do one attack.
I just rolled all.
Yep.
I rolled all above my.
Perfect.
My 10. Like
Okay.
I can't roll below a 10. So.
You can't roll below, but awesome. And then Elliot, I'm pretty sure you can't roll beneath an 8.
Beneath an 11.
Okay. So you again are just carving through these folks. Frank and Ryil, you're in succession behind them. As you charge forward, there's another volley of arrows, and with Valdry distracted, I need everybody to go ahead and make me a deck save, please.
A 16, but I'll use my +2 to make it an 18.
Okay.
I'll just take the normal 16.
25.
Okay.
20.
15, but I'm still inspired. What's your
Okay.
inspiration?
D12. If you succeeded on the first one, though, it jumps to the next person. But you probably have something in chat because there were so many.
I'll just use the D12. So, that's 23.
Great. Yeah, you all save and are able to either raise up or push arrows out of your way as you continue to roll forward, hacking and slashing your way. You're about halfway across this expanse now. The tower in front of you is looming, and you see that there's a front gate with stairs. You're able to make out that the last line of defense seems to be mages, and the air around them shimmers in an all too familiar way, as if in the wastes. And as you move forward, you notice that there are more and more spells firing off around you as these creatures reach into pockets and crush ciphers as you move deeper in. Magical effects just ripping through the air, and each time that they do, the air kind of shivers and warps around you. Go ahead, let's see. Let me read this really quick. So Bird, we're back up at the top with you. How long is your one move a concentration? Is that how it works?
Is
Oh.
one move oh yeah, no, let's see here, let me double check it. I think it's just it's a set down thing, and then I
Gotcha.
leave it.
Gotcha, yeah. So
Yeah,
you
it's
continue-
a set down thing, and
Okay.
it's
Perfect.
gone.
Totally fine. You're continuing forward. Go ahead and roll me attacks.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna keep going with the simple one for now, since
Yep.
we're just kind of going
Love
through
it.
this. So I will just continue to do magic stone.
Great. That's a crit. Yep. So you just
Crit again.
As you move forward, there's a creature that's charging directly at you, and you just deftly flip this stone out of your hand as if skipping a rock, and it roars at you as if going to devour your horse as you move, and the rock just splits all the way through from snout to tail as it just cuts through the interior of this creature, and its force of momentum moves it off to the side and it collapses. Bootstrap. For the sake of expediency, you're cutting and slashing all the things.
This is the last line, right?
You've got this one and then one more.
Oh, okay. Then I'll remain on horseback. I just want to make sure. But yeah, I'm both swords out, just like literal whirlwind blades coming through them.
Awesome.
That's me.
Great. And you didn't roll beneath your you can't, so you're fine.
I can't.
You literally can't. Okay, next up is Elliott.
So I am just going to take my regular attacks this time since there's 2 more left, right?
Yep. This one and then one more.
So I'll give you all 3 numbers. How's that sound?
Perfect.
But I can't roll lower anyway, so yeah.
Yep, you're good. It's the same thing where you just charge forward. You're like, it's Elliott. If you don't mind, you're taking your soul-bound blade and you're taking it and like you see something and you huck it like through the horse, and as it like cuts through its head, you're slashing with your other sword as something tries to jump, calling it back and then stabbing it up and through the head as you're just dispatching, your blade whirling around you, calling and recalling back into your hand as you move. Ryil and Frank, go ahead and roll your attacks as well.
Alrighty.
27.
15 and 26.
Awesome. Ryil, you're able to take your bow, and again, you see a mage that's in the middle of a ritual circle with several mages surrounding as they try to pull off a more complex magic, and you say, "Not fucking today," as you snipe that motherfucker and send him spiraling as he falls just limply to the ground, and the magic around them actually rebounds as he was the critical piece of the spell. Let's see what this does.
Suck it!
And as that happens, there's like a pulse of magic, and you have maximum damage, the next damaging spell you cast within the next minute, as that magic like swirls and like shapes around you. Frank, again, you send more snowballs out and around that just are continuing to crush and roll as you power forward. Let's see. Valdry circles in the sky and takes another pass. This time he's coming from behind you, and he uses his ice breath to just cut through the enemies, carving you a path and giving you a wall to kind of flank up so they can't come from the other side. And you're able to like make a sprint in the direction. Your horse is covered in blood and smoke stinging your eyes as you're nearly to the stairs. You're on the final push, and soon you will reach the tower, the last tower of Azuth. Bird, this is the last stretch. What are you gonna do?
Again, I'm just keeping it simple and magic stoning.
Great.
So 23 to hit.
23. Yep. You throw out a magic stone and it cracks what seems to be some sort of like leading official. You're not sure. They've actually stood up on the dead corpse of another and is calling out in this guttural voice orders. And your stone slices across its voice box, cutting it off immediately, and it just falls and impales itself on the crystals of the creatures it's standing on its back. Bootstrap.
Give me some targets.
You've got a huge wild mange that's just got a horse in its mouth and is going to hurl it at you. You've got a doppelganger who is like currently trying to shapeshift into what looks like Staley in some desperate attempt for authority. And you have a shadow that's trying to like lurk behind a corpse of another creature as if to escape danger.
All right, so what he's going to do is he's going to hop side saddle and start using Melissa's momentum to push his own run. And as he does so, he's going to run, and moving immediately past the corpse, will grab the shadow with one hand and drag it up as the wild mage throws the dead horse, letting the shadow take the full impact of that, and putting his sword behind it to basically skewer it through, pulling his sword out of both corpses. Moving forward, he is going to dip under a wild swipe from the wild mage, cutting into its arm and then through it and under and under and under until he's basically punctured this thing several times, the stomach coming through. And finally, as he's kind of like standing there beyond the battle lines, he will literally just wildly swing a right arm and have the mimic beheaded without even fully giving it the time of day, because fuck that thing for trying to play mind games.
Elliott, you are up. You are on the home stretch. You see lining the stairs, there's a bunch of mages that are kind of casting different spells, trying to create a defensive wall to keep you from entering.
So, seeing that we're on the final stretch, Elliott will look across at the mages in front for that final wall and anyone else that might be encroaching, and we'll start to like click in and see who the most dangerous targets are, and look back over his shoulder and call out for everyone to follow him, and then like spur on Ryil and just like start sprinting forward. I can't miss. I can roll the dice if you want me to.
Nope, you
but
can't
I'm burning
miss.
my
Just
action
fucking
surge,
go.
and I'm burning all 5 of my superiority dice to add 1d10 to all of them, or to add sweeping damage, or to add pushing attacks.
Yeah, you just like paper dolls as you surge forward. You can feel like that rage and the hurt of like everything that's brought you here is fueling every motion. It is perfect. Every drill you've ever done, every fight you've ever been in, you can feel it in the muscles in your arms that are like, honestly, you're starting to get tired as you burn through those superiority dice to just cut through the remaining foes. Ryil and Frank, hit me with your rolls.
And what bad guys are left?
You're approaching the stairs of this tower where there are like lines of mages kind of stacked up on the stairs.
And this is the last of it.
Yep.
I'm just gonna shoot some arrows.
Go for it, my dude. I'm here for it.
Crit. And a 12.
You but they're kind of tiered up, and you angle the arrow. You notice that there's a mage with metal pauldrons on, and you loose back and fire, and the arrow will actually cut through his neck and ricochet off the pauldron up the stair to land in the gut of another one, which will hunch over as you take out 2 enemies with 1 arrow. And then you also fire a quick one to someone who's calling out, trying to like run back up into the tower, but to no avail. Frank, are you doing anything other than snowball awesomeness?
I just got something in my eye and I missed because I rolled under. So
You rolled under. Okay, as you got something in your eye and you're reaching forward, you try to you're trying to cast the spell, and you don't notice as a wild mage kind of comes up behind you and grabs your arm with its teeth and bites down hard. Go ahead and take 6 piercing damage, and I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay.
I got one of you, goddammit.
That's a nat 1.
Yep, it bites into your arm, and you can feel this like something kind of like overcoming you as you are succumb to the lycanthropy, but you're able to kind of like throw your arm, and the momentum of it rips you off, but your arm burns as this strange disease starts to pump through your veins. Let's see. As you approach the mages, there's several of them that are like trying to flee, and there's a patio, like a flat portion right before the door where several mages are standing. And in a final act of desperation, knowing that they are dead, they reach their hands up to the sky and summon a massive fireball directly down upon themselves in a desperate attempt to keep you from entering. I need you all to make me dexterity saving throws, please.
Counterspell.
Oh shit, bro. At what level?
Fuck it, 4th.
You fire that off, and as you do, the surge of fiery energy just like implodes and ceases to disappear as you trample your horses, leaping and cutting with their hooves. Behind you, behind you, the chaos of war as these cavalrymen continue to fight. Valdry coming over and taking pass after pass, cutting across the battlefield with just ferocity and an intensity that you realize, thank the gods that he's on your side, because it would be very different. You charge forward, blood and fire coating the landscape. The last tower of Zuth cuts into the jagged sky above, cuts into the sky, jagged with black crystals violently erupting through the walls. The air here is oppressive, pressing down on you, sucking the life from your lungs. And you push forward, dismounting from your horses in single swoops, landing on the pavement before sprinting forward. Let me find what I'm looking for. You put your shoulders to the surface of the doors and they fall away at your touch, the ease of it alien and strange. You step into the hall, and there's this strange blue glowing light on this long stretch of hall that leads you directly to a spiraling staircase. You power forward slowly, the sounds of the fight disappearing behind you as you climb the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, not waiting for the opportunity for anything that you've left behind to catch you. You continue up and into the top of the stairs, and there's another door that you quickly push through as you enter into the last hold. Let's see. Let me pull this up. Bear with me. As you climb the stairs and enter into this hallway, there's a crushing stillness. Around you, this alien blue glow, terrifying and unfamiliar. As you step through a hall that you feel that you've been there before. The sound of battle is gone. It's almost as if you have stepped into another world. As if everything has fallen away and ceased to exist. There's pulsing blue and white light, and you hear lowered voices murmuring to each other. You step forward bravely, and you look at these 2 figures before you, who turn and take stock of you, seemingly unperturbed. Aiken, his pale, flaking skin against the dark clothes that wrap around his emaciated form, grins, and you see as his lips crack. And Waterman laughs, a deep, cruel laugh that echoes and reverberates off the chamber. The air wavers, and you steady yourself as these 2 stand intimidating and threatening before you. Finally, Aitken sneers and the woman cackles, manic and unhinged, boring holes into each of you as she crosses you with your gaze. As you take another step forward, Waterman raises a hand. Now, we can't begin. That's not how it works. Not until our guest of honor arrives. From behind them is the soft sound of footsteps, approaching with a determinedness. Let me get to the right place. A dead smile splits the young man's roguish face, revealing perfect, iridescent teeth. His blue eyes dance with hysteria as he reaches a gloved hand to rub his bearded chin, his heavy brow raised as if to ask, "Who, me?" Everything about this young man seems sharp, from the bridge of his nose to the bottom of his pointed shoes, and though he strides languidly across the gray tiles, you can sense malice tightly winding itself inside of him, waiting for his next move. He strides between the two and stands opposed to you, dagger in hand. He sneers and watches you with uncaring eyes. The air wavers again, and you steady yourself. You hear a feminine voice, softly, as if coming from the air itself. This is not the end. This is not the beginning. Questions form and slip through your mind, doubt, confusion, fear. Your spirit replies with hope and bravery, purpose. Your temples pound as the magic in the air attacks your faculties, and you realize, even in this moment, this is the oppressive nature of those standing before you. Thoughts continue, and visions of the battle below start flashing in your mind as you hold onto something invisible that's there. Soldiers cut to pieces with shards of glass falling away from bloody fangs and claws. Fists flying in the air as men and women scream in hope, reinforcements from the icy breath of the skies. Scenes of your friends across the lands, struggling with each step, fighting to trade this life for something new. These two evil beings, full of malice and hate, grin, and one of them looks directly at you, Frank. We've been waiting, Frank. We've been waiting this whole time. We've been waiting for the end. Thank you all for joining us for this month's session of the Bard's Refrain. Tonight's session was inspired by Linkin Park's 2010 single, Waiting for the End, from their album, 1,000 Suns. It's been my pleasure to DM. I'm sad to be going, but I need to offer a huge thanks to my cast of players for participating in the session with me this evening. Before we go, let's go ahead. Players, please tell the people where they can find you and what you've got going on and any thoughts you have.
Oh god, I don't have time for my thoughts, but I'll let them know that I am Turk or Turk Accented on Twitch and Twitter. I have had the distinct honor of continuing to play Bootstrap, chosen of Helm, who's a right git and a tough bastard, but he has a heart of gold. He plated it in the whole bit. If you want to see more of me, then too bad, I'm not going to be around until, of course, the 31st, where I will be back here with Dark Echoes. Where I'll be playing the most wonderful Dr. Rudolf von Richthofen. Ron von Richten, not von Richthofen. I don't have an airplane yet. And of course, a whole bunch of other stuff, including a very super special, awesome project coming in early September. So keep it locked here on TPK, Neon Lights, and Nat 20, of course, for all of the amazing things. I should quickly shout out that that we should have a recording of our first session of Core Hearts, a Overarms campaign from Neon Lights, coming out eventually. So be on the lookout for that. That's really it for me in my future. So I'm gonna throw it over to Saint.
Hi, I'm DM of Saint. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DM of Saint, as well as running things over at Nat20. Where you can find me, I was playing Elliott, hawking the Battlemaster fighter, who, well, this was mine episode. Thank you for that, I guess. There were tears. Anyway, where you can find me later, tomorrow, we found a workaround for my internet, so we'll be streaming Morningstar and Company Incorporated, where they finally are leaving the city of Sigil back to Faerun to seek out a Shadow Draco Lich. So that's going to be fun. Also, I believe we did settle in on a date for Against the Tides the 31st of this month. Is our Wildmont campaign over on Nat20. And that's it for me. Next.
Hey, I think I'm next. Hey, I'm Noir. You can find me all over the internet as the Noir Enigma. That's Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. I've got a new show over on Roll Together called Andor, which is GM'd by Brito. You can find me over on Pixel Circus on Thursdays for Trouble in Techburg, Our Kids on Bike series. And on Mondays over on Critical Misses for the game I GM, Kingsguard. I've got a bunch of other stuff going on, but if you want to see what that is, check out my pinned tweet. I should probably update that now that I think about it. But yeah, that's me.
Hi everyone, I'm Luke Locke, and I can be found on the internet doing graphic design and designing TTRPG overlays for streams. But you can find me playing or running TTRPGs on TPK Roleplay. And next thing I'm in is Atrium of Aquarius, our Altered Carbon campaign on Monday. And then I am running Harper Investigations on the 20th, Tuesday, and then I'm gone for a while until next Dark Echoes, our Curse of Strahd campaign on the 31st.
Awesome. No, we're going to Cole.
Oh,
our
shit,
special guest.
Our bard.
Hello, everybody. My name is Korabi, a guest among giants in this cast. So you can see me again on the next episode of Dark Echoes. And then maybe, hopefully, after I finish all the TPK Con videos, you will see the first episode of my podcast. There's an RPG for that, which Turk was one of the guests, along with Sir Heck. So I'll get that out eventually. Other than that, thanks, Sarah, for such a great session and all of that. Yeah, that's it for me.
Brilliant, and you are so welcome. Hi everybody, I am Osirix Franco, Dungeon Master of the Bard's Refrain. Our next session, part 2 of the conclusion, is scheduled for August 28th. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osirix Franco, where I tweet about my thoughts and feelings and mostly this. I'm in a variety of TPK shows, such as Monday night in the Atrium of Aquarius and Tuesday night in the Harpers. I also co-host a show about GMing Murder and Coffee, which will also be on the 31st, where I will also be in Dark Echoes. And also, you heard it, and Against the Tides. One thing that I'm really, really excited for, though, is come back tomorrow at what did that be? Noon PST for Behind the Screens. I'm sitting down with the one and only Fazul, and we're talking GM secrets. We're laying it all out. We've reached the finale, and now it's time to reveal my hand. As we move forward, I'm going to keep like 2 secrets because I think they're great. But come listen to us as we talk about why we started GMing, inspiration for the Bard's Refrain, and a variety of other topics. I'm really excited to talk to him about his own projects as well. You can find me over at Nat20 again in things like Morningstar and Company and various other things. Again, huge thank you to my players for bringing this story to life and making this such a meaningful story for not only me but everybody here and in chat. Gosh, so many raids, so many cool new dudes coming to follow. We hope you stick around. There's a lot of really great stuff happening here, so you don't want to miss it. I'm trying to think if I have anything else to say, but here in the end, does it really even matter? Have a good night, guys.